Hey, shalom, shalom, shalom. Ashar Shabbat, happy Sabbath to everyone, all 12 tribes of Israel scattered abroad. And thank you for tuning in with us again on this Saturday. And go ahead and introduce the guy to the right of me. I'm not sure who that guy is, but he's on the camera for some reason. So
I'll remember you either.
Right. Good.
I catch the voice, but I ain't too sure.
Right. Let me see. It looked like we got 4 people up in here. We got Sister Wana. We got Sister Dahlia Kadash, aka Mother Jamie Fawn, and she made it known. Dahlia Kadash, AOC Midwest, the land, baby. She says it's the land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
That's what's up. So yeah, we got 4 people tuning in, and eventually they'll start pouring in shortly.
Current, all praises, all praises.
Done.
Yeah, shalom, Chief Priest Nathaniel here. Ashar Shabbat, Daya Kadash, Shalom, Wana. Shalom to the 12 tribes of Israel. So now we're going to be talking about what's going on here on this earth. Mm-hmm. Topic is, why is the earth shaking with turmoil and wars? Do anybody know the answer to that? Why is this earth shaking with turmoil and war? I know we know what's going on, but anybody got any scriptures? Any history of scripture about why is this taking place? Especially with the so-called Jew. Why are we saying so-called Jew? Because the so-called white man is not the Jew. The so-called white man is not the Jew. So, who are the Jews? Us so-called Black, West Indian, and Hispanics of the Negroid and Indian descent. We are the real Jews that the Bible speaks of. We are the real biblical Hebrews. So, Sister Jamie Fan, aka Dahlia Kadash, our Midwest sister, she said prophecy is being made. Yes, Con. Prophecy is being made, is being fulfilled. Con. Wana. My Mid-South sister, wonderful sister, she says the Bible is being fulfilled. These things must happen. Con. These things must happen. And you got no choice. You got no choice but to unfold, why the Most High don't want to be made a liar. Okay? So that's what it is. And since I'm looking at the screen, okay, the water for your donation, Wana. All praises to the Most High. That don't mean we ain't gonna fight during this live stream. Okay? So
we got Prince Bonnie on the line.
Say it again.
We got Prince Bonnie on the line.
Prince Bonnie,
Yeah, he's tuning in on the I think it's Cinnamon Brown's profile.
Okay. Bunny Y'all from AOC from Chicago. Yeah, he got his name there. Yeah, this brother got all kind of names.
Right. Right. Profiles.
And he used more aliases than his Hebrew name.
Yeah.
What's good, Bunny Y'all? Shalom. Yo, after we finish this class, I need you to call me. All praises to the Most High. All right, so yeah, all these things, all these wonderful things that's happening in this earth. Why I say wonderful? Because why? The Most High prophecies is prevailing. And then if we look at the regular church, you're going to see that what? The regular church is not teaching the scriptures. The Bible contains 66 books, not counting the 14 books of the Apocrypha. We ain't going to talk about the Jubilees and the lost books of the Bible. We ain't going to talk about all that. Just what our people know, the 66 books from Genesis to Revelation. This is not being taught to our people. Our people is not being taught this. Our people is not learning it. We all going to these churches, right? and not learning nothing. You go to church, here come what I think what this weekend coming next week. Um, you have so-called Easter Sunday,
Mm-hmm.
Resurrection Saturday, Resurrection Sunday, Easter Sunday, whatever the hell it's called, right? But when you read in the Bible, the word Easter is in there one time. And then when you go into the Hebrew and you go and look in the Latin and the Greek, it says Passover.
Mm-hmm. Another one.
You go in the Bible dictionary, which the churches don't use, it says Passover.
Mm-hmm. Gun.
So who else we got on the line here?
Got your little sister on here. Dominica Star.
Hey, what's up, Meek Star, Shalom? What up, little sis? How's everything? I love you too, baby. Uh Jamie Fan said Obadiah 15. Con. Obadiah 15, verse 15, 1 verse 15, con. 1 verse 18, con. So we're gonna get into it. One, you see how everybody is going against the so-called white man, right? Whether he's from Germany, whether he's from Luxembourg, whether he's from France, whether he's from the British Isles, which is in the UK, whether he's from calling himself a Jew, the Ashkenazis, whether he calling himself Italian,
Mm-hmm.
American, whether he calling himself red-blooded American, calling himself the North American Indian. No matter what the so-called white man call himself, they all come from the same family line. And this is the part we're not understanding. So, and we're talking about the so-called white man because why? This is who our people know. Our people don't know too much about the Africans. Our people don't know too much about our people don't know too much about the Chinese and the Japanese. Yes, they all had us in slavery at different points in time in history. Yes. But who our people know and concentrate now and is blatantly in their face is the so-called white race. No matter what he called himself, that's going through an identity crisis. You understand? And where the problem lies at on this earth is with who? Amalek in the Bible. Amalek in the Bible, the son of Eliphaz, which is the grandson of Esau. And the Amalekites, they was wanderers. They never had a steady place to stay when you go back and read in Exodus. When you go back and check out the history in when you go and read in Samuel,
Mm-hmm.
they didn't have a fixed place to live. And they caused so much hell on the children of Israel. And that's the so-called Jews today. And if our big brother, my favorite Benjamite, Saul, was within the Old Testament, what they call the Old Testament, if he would have followed what the Most High said to do and exterminate Amalek off the planet Earth, we wouldn't have this problem here going throughout the planet Earth. Yeah, the so-called white man would be ruling in certain spots, but his grandson, Esau's grandson, Amalek, the so-called Jew, he wouldn't be owning everything if our brother and our earthly king Saul would have exterminated him and the rest of his people off this planet Earth. We wouldn't have this problem. Shalom, Chief Priest Kazak.
Shalom. Shalom, King. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Let's go through the track record and let's go on and work our way up to what's going on today over there in what they call the Middle East. Because you see they got a war going on. And then you got some of our people that still live over there in Israel, over there in Dimona.
Yeah.
And they, guess what? Them so-called Arabs is blasting the hell out of the land of Israel. with them bombs.
Con.
You understand? And we were just watching it online that they over there shooting bombs over there into Demona where our people are at. But the scripture says, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm.
That's
So
right.
that's why, yeah, they hitting a lot of places in Demona, a lot of oil plants and stores and shopping areas, but they're hitting them places while at night while our people are not there.
Yep.
But it's showing them, but the Most High showing us power, and we're not realizing that. So the Lord said, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. Us so-called Blacks, Western, and Hispanics, when you following the laws and the commandments of the Most High have a certain anointing over you, and certain things won't happen to you, especially as a collective. And that's something that we got to learn to get into by getting back into the laws and the commandments of the Most High. So now let's look at Genesis chapter 25 and verse 21. We'll actually start at Cain and Abel. Let's go to what's that? Genesis 4. When Cain slew his brother Abel. So now we're gonna see how the so-called white man got. Who is the so-called white man? Where he came from, right? And a certain part of the so-called white race was supposed to be exterminated, but it didn't happen all the way up, and we're going to look at now. You got that other one? Are you frozen?
Salaki, I didn't know I was still on mute. I thought I took myself off. Salaki.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, kind of the one. This is Genesis chapter 4, verse 1. And Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord.
Right. So Adam knew his wife, right? Mm-hmm. Meaning what? He laid with his wife. She conceived. She bare a child named Cain. Go ahead.
And she again bare his brother Abel, and Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground.
So Abel, as he got older, he kept the sheep, he kept the animals, he kept the livestock, and Cain was the tiller of the ground. Go ahead.
And in the process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Most High. So
Cain, time came to pass. So right here was missing. The Most High told them he wanted a sacrifice. And we're going to see what the sacrifice the Most High wanted, and what the sacrifice the Most High accepted, and what he didn't want, and what he didn't accept. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 4, verse 4. And Abel, he also brought of the firstlings of his flock, and the fat thereof. And the Most High had respect unto Abel and to his offering.
Go ahead.
But unto Cain and to his offering he had no respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell.
So the Lord didn't have respect for Cain's offering. Cain burnt the fruits of the ground. If you look at all the sacrifices that the Most High wants, he wants what? A blood sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
The Most High wants a blood sacrifice. That's why when you read in the scriptures, it says, "What? The Lord said, I am a man of war."
Mm-hmm.
The Lord is his name. You see, every time the Lord said he's going to strike somebody down, take him down, what? He sheds blood. So the Lord, he requires the sacrifice of blood. So Cain gave his oblations of what he wanted to do. He went and brought the Lord onions and potatoes and juniper roots and, flaxseed. That's not what the Most High wanted for his offering. So go ahead. His countenance fell.
And kind of
he got angry. Go ahead.
And verse 6, and the Most High said unto Cain, why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance fallen?
Go ahead.
If thou do well, shall thou not be accepted?
So
And
then acting like, wait, if I do well, I'm not going to be accepted. I brought you something, but he didn't bring the most out what he wanted.
mhm,
Just like if you have children and you tell them to drink the water out the refrigerator and leave the juice for later on after dinner, and they go ahead and drink the juice, of course you're going to be mad.
mhm. Done.
Go ahead.
If thou do well, shalt thou be accepted, and if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door.
So now they didn't do well with the Most High, so sin lied at Cain's door. So guess what? Right here, this is where the sin going. It's taking off with Cain. Go ahead.
And unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him.
Go ahead.
And Cain talked with Abel his brother, and it came to pass when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel his brother.
So now he talked to his brother. They walking and talking in the field, Cain and Abel, and he did what? He rose up against his brother Abel. Go ahead.
And slew him.
And he murdered his brother. Now this is the first record of murder in the scriptures, right? Go ahead.
And the Most High said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper?
So he said, yo, I don't know where he at. Am I supposed to follow him around? Am I supposed to am I his watchdog? Am I supposed to just scope him out every move and turn he make? No. Go ahead.
Gun. And he said, Salaki, verse 10. I'm sorry, verse 9. And the most High said unto Cain, say that again, Salakia.
Yeah, verse 10.
Kind of don't want to Salakia. And he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground.
Right, when he slew him with that rock, the Lord seen the blood of Abel on the ground. He said, his blood cried to me. Read on.
And now art thou cursed from the earth, which has opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand.
So now Cain is cursed from the earth. Go ahead.
And when thou tilleth the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength.
Now when Cain, he said, now Cain, when you go to yield the ground, it's not, when you go to till the ground, it's not going to give forth its strength. That's why if you look at the way the so-called white man, woman, and child cook, their food look bland. Their food look dead. And you see, when you look at them cooking, when they cook potatoes and vegetables and onions and stuff, if you notice, they cook it until it turns into mush. Now, when you do vegetables like that, you kill all the vitamins and nutrients and all the nutritious value and properties out of it. So now they don't get what they're supposed to get from their fruits and vegetables when they eat. Also, on top of that, when they plant things, what happens? It don't yield properly.
Another one.
You understand? That's why they do what? They running behind the so-called blacks and Hispanics when we farming and stuff, and they want to take over our farm fields. That's why when we set up our agriculture and then you go in different lands and stuff like Africa, rich in oil. I mean, rich in gold, some oil. And then when you go into what they call the Middle East, it's rich with oil. You understand? And what happened? The so-called white race runs in and take over everything.
God.
St. John 10:10, a thief come not but to steal and to kill and to destroy. And that's what this so-called white man does. So since he can't do nothing on his own, his hands can't bring forth life, he has to steal and kill and plunder from everyone else. Read on.
A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth.
So now he's going to be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. If you look and see where the so-called white man lived, what happens? He don't have a set place to live. If you go back in history, he had the land of Esau. outside of the land of Israel. And what happened? He got driven out of there. And then the so-called white man just started living here, there, and everywhere. And then what? The so-called white man got pushed up into the mountains. Caucasus Mountains, Georgia, Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Dwelling in the caves of the earth. When you read the book of Job, the 30th chapter.
Mm-hmm.
When you read in the book of Obadiah. When you read in Isaiah chapter 14. When he dwell in the cliffs of the rocks. You understand? And then if you see the so-called white man now, he lives everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
He came and conquered Spain. He came and conquered Europe. He came and conquered Africa. He came over here to the what they call Americas now, and South America. The Caribbean islands come and conquer that too. We jump in, us Benjamites, so-called West Indians, we jump up and down in every island in the Caribbean. Well, I got my independence this year, that year, this year, that year. And guess what? You're still under British rule. You're still under British monarchy. You're still under Spanish rule. You're still actually being ruled by the French.
Good.
So we still ruled by the so-called white man in every turn. Even in Africa. You even go over there, you look over there in the Sudan. You go over there to Saudi Arabia. You got the Ottoman Turks over there in the Middle East. What they call the Middle East, the Ottoman Turks. You got the Turkish, which are the Turkish from Ottoman Turkey. They over there ruling what they call the Middle East. That's why they look light, bright, and damn near white over there.
John, permission to speak real quick, Chief Priest?
I don't want to come.
I was just watching a video with this Jewish guy, and he was talking to somebody over in Saudi Arabia, and he was asking him, did he believe in the Bible and the Quran? And the guy says, obviously, I believe in Allah and the Quran. And he was like, hey, y'all used to be Yehudi. That land over there used to be full of Yehudi. You guys are us. And we're you, and we share the same blood. It's just that you guys are following another religion. So that kind of goes back into what you were saying about them being all the same bloodline. And then just historically, when you're talking about where the fruits of the earth was not going to bear strength, that's when they came over here to the Americas, and they didn't know how to survive over here. And our native brothers and sisters over here showed them how to do agriculture in this side of the world, else they would have died out without the assistance of the Northern Kingdom Israelites. I digress.
Con. So go ahead and read on.
Con, I don't want con. This is Genesis 4:13. And Cain said unto the Most High, my punishment is greater than I can bear.
So now he said his punishment is greater than he can bear. So the Most High put a punishment on him, but now just for him not able to, yield till the land properly, that's burdensome. Yeah. But it's not detrimental. Mm-hmm. But we're going to see what this turned into. Read on.
Verse 14, and behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid.
Go ahead.
And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth.
So now a fugitive and a vagabond. What is a vagabond? A vagabond is what? A person that's in destitute. Mm-hmm. A bum. So he's a fugitive and he's a vagabond. So what is he running from? He's running from justice. Because at this point, the people of the earth was trying to kill him. Mm-hmm. And this here is going to show you that also outside this topic, that what? There was not only just Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel on the earth. Read on.
Kind of one. And it shall come to pass that everyone that findeth me shall slay me.
Now he said, now it shall come to pass. The Lord said, therefore, whosoever whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall take upon him. Read that again.
And the Lord said unto him, Salakia, you want me to read?
Salakia, go ahead. Salakia.
Verse 15, okay. And the Most High said unto him, therefore...
No, finish the last part of 14. Salakia.
Okay. And that everyone that findeth me shall slay me.
See, he said, now everyone that find me shall slay me. Now, the church teacher, there's only 4 people on the earth: Adam, Eve, Abel, and Cain. 4. So now, if Abel is murdered, there's supposed to be 3 people left, right? There's supposed to be 3 people left. Why is it saying that if anyone find me, they shall slay me? It's only 3 people. If that was the case, that's why we got to go back and really understand what we're reading. Go ahead.
And the Most High said unto him, therefore, whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him 7-fold.
Go ahead.
And the Most High set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him.
So now the Lord is that He's going to set a mark upon Cain. Now, what is that mark? Now, if we notice, it never mentioned nothing about skin color. Skin color was never mentioned. Now, let's go back to Genesis. Genesis chapter 2.
Another one, come.
And let's look at verse 7.
This is the book of Genesis, chapter 2, verse 7. And the most high power formed man of the dust of the ground.
So man was formed of the dust of the ground. What color is the dust of the ground? When you dig up this concrete jungle, you have what? You go from a light brown to a deep dark chocolate brown as you dig in the earth. So man was made from the dust of the ground. And this is Genesis chapter 2. And this is a part of the creation. Now go back to Genesis 4.
Another one.
And what verse is that? Verse 16?
That was verse 15.
Go ahead.
With the mark.
Go ahead.
And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him.
So the Lord put a mark upon Cain, and lest anyone find him shall kill him. So now Cain had to look totally different now. After murdering his brother, after slaughtering his brother. He had to look totally different for him to be singled out with a mark. What was that mark? That mark was leprosy. The Lord changed his skin color from that point on. It's coded right in there. Because how can he go to another part of the earth and people will know who he is? Read on.
And verse 16, and Cain went out from the presence of the Most High and dwelt in the land of Nod on the east of Eden.
So now he went and dwelt in the land of Nod on the east of Eden. So now basically he went wandering in the land of Nod. Because Nod means wander. So now, go ahead. So now you went wandering to the east of Eden. Go ahead.
And Cain knew his wife.
Wait, he met who?
Knew his wife.
He knew his wife. Now he wound up with a wife. So they're showing you that there's more people on this earth than Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel. He went away from his family. He went out of the presence of the Lord and found his wife. So now he had a mark put upon him. Now this mark is going to trickle on down, and it's going to reappear again. Now let's go to Genesis chapter 25, verse 21.
Another one, come.
So now all this here, this is just the build up to where we going with Amalek.
Okay, this is Genesis chapter 25, verse 21.
Go ahead.
And Isaac entreated the Most High for his wife, because she was barren, and the Lord was entreated of him.
All right, slow down. So Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife, which is who? As you read a few verses above, you find out that's Rebecca. He went and prayed to the Lord because his wife was barren, meaning that what? She couldn't have no children. So he prayed to the Lord for her womb to be open. Right? So now, because you can read in the scriptures about an open womb and a closed womb. And when you look at it medically, A closed womb meaning what? Up in the uterus is closed to where the what? The egg don't come out of the come from the ovaries and come down into the uterus, right? So her womb was closed. And that's what causes that blockage is what caused a woman from not having children. So this was done specifically by the Most High. Go ahead.
Cut another one. And the Most High was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived.
So the Lord answered his prayer and reopened her womb. Go ahead.
And the children struggled together within her.
So and there was a fight with. Hold on, now there was a fight. They were struggling. These children was fighting in her. Go ahead.
And she said, "If it be so, why am I thus?"
So she said, if the Lord caused me to get pregnant by my husband, why am I going through these pains? And it's not time for me to deliver these children. Go ahead.
And she went to inquire of the Most High.
So she went and prayed and talked to the Heavenly Father. Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb.
So now, as we can see, the scripture saying 2 nations, nations, nations. From these 2 boys is going to produce 2 different nations. There are 2 nations in thy womb, 2 nationalities. Nation come from the word native, nationality. Go ahead.
Two different manner, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy
so
body.
Now it says 2 mannerisms of people going to be separated, not integrated. They're going to be separated from her bowels, from her stomach, from among her intestines, which where the baby lies. Go ahead.
And 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels, and the one people shall be stronger than the other people.
See, now you notice it's saying people. One people shall be stronger than the other people. You understand? These 2 people, these 2 children are going to produce 2 separate nations. Read on.
Con. And the elder shall serve the younger.
So the eldest child is going to serve the youngest child. Go ahead.
And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb.
So now there were twins in her womb. So there are 2 children that's in her womb. So we all know what twins are, but you have identical twins and you have fraternal twins. Identical twins, what? They look alike. Very strong similarities in features to where they almost are indistinguishable unless maybe by height or body size and also by characteristic wise. And then you have fraternal twins that look similar, but they will not be able to really pass for twins. There you go. There it is on the screen. You got Isaac, you got Rebecca, you got Jacob, you got Esau. And it is medically proven that what? A man of color, a man and a woman of color can produce not only an albino child, but it can produce a Caucasian.
Permission to speak, Chief Priest?
Con out of one con.
I actually lived this. One of my aunties and her husband, they had 2 sons. The first one came out red, just like that little albino baby. We call him Red. And his little brother, who passed away probably 6 months right now, he was the darker baby. So I actually lived this in life myself, because I know my cousin, because he was so light, man. My grandmother used to tell them to feed them a bunch of oatmeal and grits, put some butter on them, and sit them out in the sun in the summer. And there's actually put my cousin out in the sun and cover him with butter. I kid you not.
Good.
Okay, I'm sharing this. Get back to the scriptures. Let me just
We do produce albinos, and then but here we actually produce, and I actually read them right here in Genesis 25. So go ahead, I don't want.
Canada one come. And verse 25. And the first came out red all over like an hairy garment, and they called his name Esau.
Right, the first came out red all over like an hairy garment. In the Hebrew, it says it first came out red all over like a hairy garment. Who are the red and hairy looking people on this earth? Chuck Norris, George the Animal Steel. You take a white person, a Caucasian person, lock him up in a dark closet and take away his Gillette razor and his Fusion 5 and his clippers and the scissors. You take all that stuff away from him and leave him in there for a couple of years. You got Big Nose the Caveman coming out your closet. There you go. So it came out red all over like a hairy garment. He's red from the top of his head down to the tip of his toes. Hairy. Mm-hmm. As you can see here, look how hairy he is. So who's the red and hairy people on earth? The so-called white race. That's who it is, the so-called white man. No matter how you look at it, how you slice it and dice it. So the first came out red all over like a hairy garment, and read on.
And after that came his brother out. And his hand took hold on Esau's
Wait, go back.
heel.
We missing something. Go back to 25, verse 25.
Okay. And the first came out red all over like an hairy garment, and they called his name Esau.
So the first came out red all over like an hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. That's the part we missed his name. They called his name Esau, which is Aishashah, which means to do. Why does it say to be do? To do? Because it was already known through history there was no people that ever looked like this.
Right.
Why? Because everybody was melanated except for who? Cain, after he killed his brother Abel. And the Lord put that mark of leprosy on him. So now this is Cain coming back now. Through who? Through Isaac and Rebekah as who? Esau. Why is his name Esau? Issachar means to do. Because when he came out of his mother's womb, it looked like his skin, his flesh was being peeled. His skin was being peeled back from his flesh.
Mm-hmm.
He looked raw. So that's why his name was to do.
Mm. And you know what's interesting about that, Chief Priest? Inside of a mother's womb is very warm. And you know, to keep the kids nurtured and all of that. So even when he was in his mother's womb in that darkness, his skin was still peeling. The same way it does when they're out in the sun.
Right. Right, because a mother's womb is actually, because the human body temperature, whether it's male or female, is 98.7. Well, actually, it's actually 96.8 to 98.9 degrees. You understand? But when a woman get pregnant, her womb actually heats up. Her body temperature actually heats up. So basically, her body temperature actually pushes almost 100 degrees. And the baby, and along with the baby temperature, because a baby's temperature is not regulated until it's about 4 years old. So therefore, the baby temperature actually goes up to at least 104 degrees.
Right. Okay.
That's why a lot of times children have fevers when they're born, and people running their children to the hospital, and the doctor saying there's nothing wrong, because really there's nothing wrong. Because there's a nerve stimulant in the brain that regulates the human body temperature, but it don't develop in a child until it's almost 4 years old. So their temperature is unstable. So they naturally have high temperatures. So with the child being in the mother's womb, and then you have the mother's temperature, yes, the inside of the mother's stomach is very hot.
God. Yep, and everything he just said is right here on the screen, y'all. If y'all just want to double check his facts, because what he's speaking is
Oh, you
true.
pulled it up. Okay, good.
Yep,
You pulled it
yep,
up. All right.
yep. It says in the optimal environment, the fetus has a higher temperature than the mother because the fetus lacks a developed thermal regulatory system and relies on maternal heat. And like you said, the maternal core temp can go from 97 to 99 degrees, and then
Right.
even in the first trimester. And then you
Right.
know what's crazy? It says the risk factors: a maternal body temperature above 102.2 Fahrenheit for long periods is considered high risk for birth defects, especially in pregnancy. That's powerful.
Yeah. And that's when the mother's body temperature go up too high.
Con, Let me check the
Done.
comments real quick, since we ain't checked in a minute. Hey, Sister Wana, you can't be missing for 20 minutes, man, because you be trying to get 5, 6 hours out the brothers, and you think it's okay for you to miss 20
Right.
minutes? You can't be doing
You're
that.
right.
That's out of order. We're not going. I'm just kidding. And who else we got here?
I'm not.
God, we got Leonard Judah, great breakdown knock. And what he say, Chad and Brad. You thought we were doing
Good, good. Ted and Brad, good.
Hey,
Okay.
hey, Sister Wana, no need to put the palm on the face, sister. We had to get you. Let me see, did we miss anyone else?
Right.
Okay, kind of one. Hey, we still glad you're here with us, sister. I'm just kidding.
And Shalom to Heaven Sent.
Done.
M91.
I missed a few
Done.
people. Okay. You know what? For some reason, I'm not seeing everyone's chat. I'm just seeing everybody else from earlier, but it's all good. You caught it. Let me see.
Done.
The one I want to say, a little girl called me and I had to talk.
Okay, con, says con. You're about to start pulling your leg, but I ain't.
Yeah,
I'm trying to rip that damn thing off.
right. I'm the nice brother.
Nah, that's my sister. That's my big sister, Wonder Wanna.
Yeah.
Nah. But so now let's go ahead. Let's just go ahead and finish verse 25.
Okay, and after that came out verse 26, and after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel.
So now after that came out, his brother took hold on to Esau's heel. Talking about that, still showing the power struggle. Go ahead.
And his name was called Jacob.
And then you had Jacob, Yaiquab, which means supplanter. And then we all know what happened when Esau and Jacob, they was in the field, and he supplanted them and got the birthright. Because rightfully the birthright belonged to who? Jacob. Because why? The Lord said the eldest child supposed to serve the younger.
That's right.
So Jacob was supposed to get everything in this instance. Read on.
And Isaac was 60 years old when she buried him.
Right, so Isaac was 60 years old. A score is 20, so he was 3 scores. So he was 60 years old when he bared these children with his wife Rebecca.
Done.
Now you notice it didn't say what Jacob looked like.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because Jacob looks like the rest of the people that was on the planet Earth. Mm-hmm. No matter what their nationality was, he looked like the rest of the people on the earth. Now let's go to Genesis 36.
Count on one count.
Now we're going to jump straight. We're going to jump straight to Amalek. But I want you to start at verse 1.
Okay, count on one. This is Genesis 36 and 1. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom.
So now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. Now, go back when you read it in the Hebrew. Edom, Adam means what? Red. Red in the Hebrew. So these are the generations of Esau to do. Because why? His skin was wasted away. He looked like he needed to be done, put back inside his mother's womb to be what? Let's say to be rebaked again to get some milk. Who is Esau? Adam. Adawam. Salak. Adawam. Red. So now, so it's saying, who is Esau? Who is red? That's what that's saying. So read verse 2.
Turn on one count. And verse 2. And Esau took his wives of the daughters of Canaan.
Good.
Adah, the daughter of Elam the Hittite, and Holabamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite.
So now it's going to go into. We're not going to read all these verses down to verse 12. Now, as you read all these verses, these are the people that Esau was having children with. And then the next child bear children. The next child bear children. Actually, no, read some more. Read the verse 4. Read all the way to verse 4. Because verse 4 is gonna work with verse 12.
God. And verse 3, and Basemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister Nebaioth, and Adah bare to Esau Eliphaz, and Basemath bare Ruel.
So now remember Eliphaz. Now go to verse 12.
This is Genesis 36 and 12, and it reads, and Timnah, the concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son.
So now the concubine, Timnah, was the concubine of Eliphaz. Who's Eliphaz? We just read about Eliphaz. That's Esau's son, right? Go ahead.
And she bare to Eliphaz Amalek.
So now she bare a child named Amalek. Go ahead.
And these were the sons of Adah, Esau's wife.
So now he bare Amalek. Go to Exodus chapter 17, verse 7. Now all this is leading up to what's going on in the Middle East with the war on Palestine, the war in the bombings that's going on in Israel, and America getting into the middle of it. And then you got Africa bucking up against Amalek, the so-called Jew, and America. And then you got America trying to gain what? Trying to gain control of Greenland, which is north of Canada. Trump want to get control of Greenland for what? Because if you look at the South, you look at the East, and you look at the West. America is covered on all sides, except for where? Except for above Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Isn't it true that when you go that in that direction towards Greenland and you travel further north, you'll be running into Russia?
Yes, you can.
Okay, come.
So now remember what you call it? Canada is not trying to protect America. Now you remember Trump a couple of months ago said he wanted to make peace and a treaty with Greenland and set up the U.S. naval base there. Why? Because because North America, and especially up there in the northern part, the northern region up here, is not protected. So Russia, Iran, any foreign country can shoot missiles from in that airspace in between Canada and Greenland over here onto U.S. soil, which America would be strictly blindsided.
Mm-hmm.
And basically all these countries is against America.
Right. Because you know what, Chief Priest, I pulled it up. It's like under 2,200 miles. And that is a really short distance between the shores of Canada and Greenland to have access to America, which is, like you said, they want to set up their military base because they're surrounded there. Because, you can drive almost 2,200 miles within a day and a half to 2 days. You know, I remember my trip down to Virginia, it was 1,300 miles. We did that in like maybe 14 and a half, 15 hours of driving. So just imagine if you're on a plane or something like that. It'd be just so easy to get into America's backyard.
Exactly.
Yep. Yep. The brother Leonard Judah says Russia up and left next to Alaska. Kind of the one. Kind. So
read that in Exodus 17 and 7.
Kind of the one. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 17.
And we're going to read to verse 10.
Okay, this is Exodus 17 and 7, and it reads, and he called the name of the place Massah. And
so that which means tempted. Massah means tempted. Go ahead.
And Meribah.
Go ahead.
And because of the chiding of the children of
Meribah means contention. Go ahead.
And because of the chiding of the children of Israel, and because they tempted the Most High, saying, is the Most High amongst us or not?
Go ahead.
Then came Amalek and fought with Israel in Rephidim. And Moses said unto Joshua, choose us out men and go out and fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of Yahweh in my hand.
So now is that what for them to go out and fight against Amalek? Go ahead.
And tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of Yahweh in mine hand. Verse 10. So Joshua did as Moses had said to him and fought with Amalek. And Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill.
Good.
And verse 11. And it came to pass.
Now here's our first war with Amalek, right? Now let's go to Deuteronomy 25 and 17.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 25, verse 17. Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way.
So now when you go back and learn like the 15th chapter, 14th chapter, 13th chapter, you'll find that Amalek started killing us when we was fleeing in the wilderness. Go ahead.
Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way when you were come forth out of Egypt.
See, remember what Amalek did to us by the way when we came out of Egypt. What did they do? Read on.
Come. For all Salakia. Hold on. Verse 18. How he met thee by the way and smote the hindmost of thee.
He met us and smote the hindmost of us. What do you mean by the hindmost of us? The ones that was lagging behind. Who was lagging in the back? It was the women, the children, and the elders, the elderly. And he started smiting and killing the elders.
God, a straight up backstabber.
Right.
Literally.
They let us pass through the land and then turn around and do what? And then turn around and it's going to tell it. Go ahead, read on.
God. Slakia, and smote the hindmost of thee, even all that were feeble behind thee.
The weak and the feeble, go ahead.
When thou was faint and weary.
When we was tired. We was at the point of passing out. Go ahead.
And he feared not Yahweh.
And Amalek didn't fear the Most High at all. Now let's get Judges 6.
Got another one.
Now watch what's going to happen here. Judges 6 chapter verse 2 to verse 4.
Got another one. This is the book of Judges, chapter 6, verse 2, and it reads, and the hand of Midian prevailed against Israel.
So now the hand of Midian, who are the Midianites? That's the people of Saudi Arabia. So in the Midianites, go ahead.
And because of the Midianites, the children of Israel made made them the dens which are in the mountains, and caves and strongholds.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And so it was when Israel had sown that the Midianites came up, and the Amalekites and the children of the east, even they came up against them.
So now look, now is the Amalekites, which is Amalek. Then you had the Midianites, which is the Saudi Arabians, right? And who else?
And the children of the east.
And you had the rest of them there in the east. Now remember, when you read about the children, the Saudi Arabians, you read about the Arabs and all them, those are the children of who? Ishmael.
Yep, the Persians.
You're right, Persians and Medes, these are the children of Ishmael. So now, all these people are coming against who? Us, the children of Israel. Now, read on.
And even they came up against them.
Go ahead.
And they encamped against them and destroyed the increase of the earth.
Go ahead.
Till thou come unto Gaza.
And thou shalt come unto Gaza. Now remember Gaza, go ahead.
And left no sustenance for Israel.
And they left no sustenance. They left nothing. They destroyed. They basically famished us of Israel. Go ahead.
Neither sheep, nor ox, nor ass.
Go ahead.
For they came up with their cattle in their tents, and they came as grasshoppers for multitude.
They came like grasshoppers. That's what it seemed like the way they came. It was so many of them.
Mm-hmm. Man, I wonder if people have ever seen a grasshopper swarm, how it hits farms.
Whoa.
Yeah, and they wipe everything out. Go ahead, Chief Priest.
Right. Is that the end of verse 4?
No. And they came as grasshoppers for multitude, for both they and their camels were without number. And they entered into the land to destroy it.
Right.
And you want me to get verse 6?
No. Go to Amos, chapter 1.
Go another one.
And read verse 5.
This is the book of Amos, chapter 1, verse 5.
Now, you got, actually, you know what? Hold that. And everybody remember Gaza. Let's keep going. We're going to go back to Amos 1. But go to 1 Samuel 15, verse 1 to verse 3. 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 1 to verse 3.
Cut out of one con.
Shalom, Tavoya. Brother Leonard Judah. He said, what did he say?
He said,
see how they try. Go ahead.
He said, see how they trying to flip. They trying to trick into fighting for Amalek instead of fighting them pretenders.
Right. But we're going to see how it's going to happen. Brother Leonard said diabolical work. It is.
And he said, yep, it's weird. Yep, it's weird. They like dry out and devour the plants like grasshoppers come. And you know what's interesting about that, Chief Priest? I don't think, just for all of us who are in the know, just for those who are watching casually and may not understand what we believe and teach. If you notice something when you go back into the scriptures, you had two of our enemies. Both of them were children of Abraham. You had the Ishmaelites, and their father Ishmael was the brother of our forefather Isaac, and the promise didn't go to Ishmael. Then you turn around and see the same thing with the next generation with Jacob and Esau, and Esau linked up with the previous generation who was also rejected of the promise of the covenant. So that's just an integral thing, we all should be aware of, that we had two different generations coming from the same bloodline, joining together. It's like having your uncles join your other cousins and they come attack you.
Right. The black sheep of the family.
Gun
Gun.
one gun.
So you got that First Samuel, the what other one? First Samuel 15 verse 1 and verse 3.
Gun out of one gun. This is First Samuel First Samuel chapter 15 verse 1. And Samuel also said unto Saul, the Lord sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people.
So now this is the anointing of Saul, but Saul had a mission upon his anointing also. Go ahead.
Over Israel. Now therefore hearken unto the voice of the words of the Most High.
Go ahead. So now Samuel giving them the word from unto the Most High. Because Samuel in the Hebrew, Shamu'ala, which means heard of God, right? So now, because why? Because the Most High spoke to him as when he was a little boy. That's why he is the prophet. Because why? The Most High speaks unto him and tell the people what to do and what's coming from the Most High. Go ahead.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel.
So now here it goes again. It was mentioned in Deuteronomy what Amalek did to us. Now it's mentioned again here in First Samuel. Generations later, the Lord still didn't forget it. Read on.
I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he lay wait for him in the way when they came up from Egypt.
Go ahead.
Now go and smite Amalek.
Now go and do what?
Smite Amalek.
Go and smite Amalek. Go and kill Amalek. Go ahead, the so-called Jew.
And utterly destroy all that they have.
And utterly destroy everything that they have. Go ahead.
And spare them not, but slay both man and woman.
Spare them not, and slay man and woman. The Most High said, do away with them all.
God.
And this is going on from Genesis. Excuse me, this is going on from Exodus. Now, and this is an ongoing beef, and this beef is only with the Most High. Hold what you got and get Exodus chapter 17, verse 16. And to correct myself also, it's the 17th chapter. When you start to read from the beginning, you'll find out what Amalek did in detail. But read Exodus chapter 17, verse 16.
This is the book of Exodus, chapter 17, verse 16. For he said, because the Most High has sworn that the Lord will have war with Amalek.
So the Lord swore, so the Heavenly Father, the Most High, swore to himself that what? He will have war with Amalek. Go ahead.
From generation to generation.
From generation to generation until they're wiped off this earth. He's going to have war with them.
God.
You understand? Now let's go back to 1 Samuel 15.
God. And if I may interject real quick, Chief Priest,
sure.
that goes back, and when you think about it, because remember, Esau, he swore to kill Jacob. And,
right.
You know, he had a hatred for him. So guess who picked up the mantle? Amalek.
Right.
Amalek picked up that hatred and carried it on towards our people, even though there were different times where Jacob and Esau may have found some peace or were able to dwell amongst each other for a period of time. Amalek had that wrath within him that carried on, which is the same wrath of Cain.
Come.
So, all right. So this is 1 Samuel 15 and 3, and where we left off at was, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass.
Right. Now read verse 7 to verse 9. So the Lord told me to kill everything.
John. 1 Samuel 15, verse 7. And Saul smote the Amalekites from Havilah until thou comest to Shur, that is over against Egypt.
And
he took Agag the king of the Amalekites alive.
Now, remember, the Most High told him to kill everybody, cattle, everything. Right? The Most High told him to kill the cattle. Take everything. Read on.
And utterly destroy all the people with the edge of the sword.
Go ahead.
But Saul and the people spared Agag.
So now he spared Agag, one of the Amalekites, the king of the Amalekites, the Amalekites. Go ahead.
And the best of the sheep.
Remember, 3 verses above, he was supposed to kill the sheep, everything. He was supposed to kill everything. Go ahead.
And of the oxen and of the fatlings and the lambs.
Go ahead. Read on.
And would not utterly destroy them, but everything that was vile, and refused that they destroyed utterly.
So now, this is why the so-called Jew is still here today. This is why the so-called Jew is still here today. Yeah, Esau would have been still here, but Amalek was supposed to have been extinguished off this earth. But our king, our earthly king, big brother, King Saul, he didn't follow the orders of the Most High. And every time we don't follow the orders of the Most High, what happens? We get jacked up in the process. You understand? So now we read about the Midianites, which are the Saudi Arabians. We read about Amalek, right? We're going to read about also some of we're going to read about the so-called Africans. Even though a lot of our people are still over there in the land of Africa, but the true indeed Africans, this is talking about here. And this is going to talk about the so-called white man also. Because yes, all this stuff is about oil. Yeah, all this stuff is about power. Yes, all this stuff is about rulership. But all this is mainly about what? Not following and adhering to what the Most High orders are. And was, especially at that time. This earth wouldn't be so bad if Amalek was destroyed, if Agag and the cattle and everything was destroyed.
God.
It wouldn't be so bad. Because why? If you look at all the ruling powers is who? The so-called Jew. Mm-hmm. The Rothschilds, the Blumenbecks, the Gettys. You understand? J.P. Morgan. Chase. You understand? All these people that's high and mighty, that's pulling all the strings to the puppets on this earth, is who? The seed of Amalek.
I pulled it up on the screen for you, Chief Priest.
Tell me what you got there.
I got it listed. It says, whoops. Hold on, I went too far. It says the most influential Jewish families have historically and contemporarily shaped global finance, industry, and philanthropy, with notable dynasties including the Rothschilds, the Sassoons, the Guggenheims, and the Ofer family. And then you got the other ones such as Larry Ellison, Mark Zuckerberg, Michael Dell, right, along with philanthropists like Miriam Adelson. So it gives you it gives you all the powerful names of these people.
Right. So you got all the string pullers of the world, right? So now, let's go to Joel chapter 3. Verse 1 and verse 2.
You say Joel chapter 1? Okay.
Joel chapter 3, verse 1 and verse 2.
All right. This is the book of Joel, chapter 3, verse 1. For behold, in those days and in that time, when I shall bring again the captivities of Judah and Jerusalem. So
now the Lord saying, for behold, in those days, and in that time, he's going to bring again the captivity of Judah, which is Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, and Jerusalem, and the other 9 tribes. Go ahead.
And I would also gather all nations and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat.
So the Lord said He's gonna, after He bring us into this captivity. Now, if you go into the history in the scriptures, you go and read in Chronicles, you go and read through Samuel, go read through Judges, go and read through Chronicles, you'll see that we've been in captivity under every nation on this earth. Chinese, Japanese, East Indians, Arabs, the Sudanese, you name it, we was under their captivity. You understand? So the Lord said He's gonna do what? He's gonna do what? He's gonna gather what?
Salakia. And let me just share the screen. He said, and I would also gather all nations and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat and will plead with them there for my people.
So the Lord said He's gonna bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat and plead with there for my people. The Lord being sarcastic. The Lord ain't gonna beg them. He's gonna beg them with death. So He's gonna plead with my people, my heritage, Israel. Go ahead.
For my people and for my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land.
And whom they scattered among all the nations and parted the Lord's land. Right? So now, if you look at this, right? Now, you see over there, now the valley of Jehoshaphat, which means the valley of decision. Now, where's the land of Jehoshaphat? Over there, what they call Israel. Up there in the borders of Israel and the South and Saudi Arabia. Within those borders, right? So now, if you look at Russia, right? And you look at Ukraine, you look at two so-called white race fighting against each other. And they both mad at America. You look at the Middle East, what they call the Middle East. You look at Saudi Arabia. You look at Iran. You look at Afghanistan. You look at Kubikistan. You look at Turkestan. You look at all these places, they all side-eyeing America, right? Because why? America is what? America is supposed to be the superpower. So now America is doing what? America is running around bullying everybody on the earth. You over there in Africa, you over there bullying Africans, which are the children of Ham, right? So now, as you can see, America is doing what? America is falling out of power. America is falling out of power, right? So now, let's go to Isaiah chapter 14, verse 9.
And also, Jehoshaphat also means, in Hebrew, it means Yahweh judges.
Yahweh judges.
So that's the land of judges. And you said Isaiah 40 what?
Isaiah chapter 14, verse 9.
14 and 9 out of one. This is the book Isaiah, chapter 14, verse 9, and it reads, Hell from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee at thy coming.
So now hell is moved from beneath to meet thee at thy coming. Meaning hell is being brought from a lower state and is being brought up on high. So the hell is moved from beneath to meet thee at thy coming. Go ahead.
It stirreth up the dead for thee.
So it says now it's stirring up the dead. It's stirring up the ones that sleeping. It's not really knowing what's going on. So now it's stirring up the dead. Go ahead.
Even all the chief ones of the earth.
Now all the chief ones of the earth, all these different nations, all these big nations, even the chief ones of the earth, they starting to rise up. They coming back to life. Read on.
It has raised up from their thrones all the kings of the nations.
Now it's raising up all the kings of the nations. Because remember, America ran around and did what? They fought wars all over this place, all over this earth. Divide and conquer, destroy and plunder, right? Yeah, World War I, World War II. All these things is going on that went on. The bombing of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Yeah, the Chinese, China bombed Pearl Harbor, but what did China do? You know, what did America do against China's will? Move that ship Pearl Harbor over there into the Chinese territory. And China told America, if you bring your ship over here, we're gonna blast the hell out of it. And they did it anyway. That's what started that. And that's why America dropped the atom bomb down on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Right. That's why, and that's what it was talking about in Revelation when it said, and they shall call fire down from heaven. That's what it was talking about.
Because you know what, if I may, Chief, he says, even stirring up the dead for thee. We got to remember that Iran is the former empire of the Persian and Medes.
Right.
They've always been a warlike country that has always had domination in that land. They may have fought a few, maybe lost a couple of wars, maybe to the Greeks and all of that, but they've never ever as an empire or a country ever been conquered. And then their neighbor to the left of them is Iraq, which is the former empire of Babylon.
Right.
So this is what the scripture's talking about, stirring up the dead, meaning those dead empires, those dead kings, the former chief ones of the earth.
Right. That's where I was going, Con. Right. So now they getting up. Now they getting angry. So now these fallen empires that fell by the hand of who? Esau and Amalek. These fallen empires, now they're raising up. It said that the dead shall be stirred up. So now these nations are coming back from the dead. And have raised up from their thrones. Read that. I think that's the end of verse 9.
It has raised up from their thrones all the kings of the nations.
Right. So now they're raising up from their thrones. Now they're ready to fight. How do we know that? Hold what you got there. Go to Revelation chapter 11, verse 18.
Come on. Revelations 18.
Chapter 11, verse 18.
Sorry about that, man. My dyslexia kicking up.
Don't worry, gun.
All right, this is the book of Revelations, chapter 11, verse 18, and it reads, and the nations were angry.
So now what it says?
And the nations were angry.
So now it says, and the nations were angry. Go ahead.
And thy wrath is come.
Now their wrath is coming. You understand? Just as we see in here in Isaiah chapter 14. The nations are angry and their wrath is come. Go ahead.
Come. And the time of the dead that they should be judged.
And the time of the dead, they're going to be judged. So now, when the dead, when they reach into that time, they're gonna start judging against who? The so-called white race. No matter what they call themselves. Now let's go back to Isaiah 14 and 10.
Isaiah 14 and 10, kind of the one. And this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 14, verse 10. All they shall speak and say, all they shall speak and say unto thee, art thou also become weak as we?
So now that America, the so-called white race in general, now that they've fallen out of power, because why? Other nations and other countries, they starting to have the same advanced technology and weapons that America does, that Russia does.
Come.
Back in 1994, when America wanted to put a sanction on China and told them that we need to go over there and inspect y'all weapons of mass destruction. And what did they said over there in China? What their president said? You can inspect our missiles and our bombs when we shoot them over there to y'all. And then America left China the hell alone in 1994. They left China the hell alone. So read that verse.
Isaiah chapter 14, verse 10. all they shall speak and say unto thee, are thou also become weak as we?
Now nobody is scared of the so-called white man no more. Everybody fighting them. Because why they even fighting themselves with their identity crisis? Instead of just keeping the name Esau or just call themselves the white man, but they want to be Russian, they want to be German, they want to be French, they want to be Polish, they want to be British. You understand? They want to be Italian, they want to be Sicilian, they want to be all these things, but they're still fighting against themselves. So what? The Lord said, "What if Satan divided against Satan? How can his kingdom stand?" So this white man fighting his own self on all sides.
Come.
Go ahead.
Art thou also become weak as we? Are thou
So now China, Japan, you got Africa, you got all these different countries. You got Ishmael in the so-called Middle East, Kyrgyzstan, Turkestan, all them stands up there. You got, and then you have Iraq, and then you have Iran, Saudis. You have all these countries, and it says what? And they shall say what? They shall speak and say unto thee,
art thou also become weak as we?
Oh yeah, now you on our level now. So now they don't give a damn what America say. Everybody coming at America and Britain's neck. Go ahead.
Art thou become like unto us?
So now these nations acting like, now you like us now. Now you got fear in your heart.
God.
Read on.
God, thy pomp is brought down to the grave.
Talking about their pride. Their pride is being brought down to the grave. Their pride is being killed. Because why America is no longer the main superpower anymore. Read on.
And the noise of thy viols.
The noise of their music. The noise of war that they make. The noise of their chariots. The F-16 fighters, just they stealth bombers. They army tanks. They large marine boats.
Gun.
They house their aircrafts.
Gun. All praises.
Good.
The worm is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee.
Meaning corrosion, death. Good.
God, how art thou fallen from heaven, O
So
Lucifer?
now how thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer? How they fallen from what? From great heights, being above every nation. So now that nobody's scared of this so-called white man no more. Now look, like I was bringing out earlier, you had Donald Trump talking about he wanted to go and make treaties and stuff with Greenland, right? And then so he can put a U.S. embassy there and put naval ships there to protect the northern borders of America, right? Babylon the Great. But what they said in Greenland, no.
God.
Now America is also trying to re-rub elbows with Africa, and they saying no. Right? Now let's go to First Ezra in the Apocrypha, chapter 15, verse 6. And before we even go there, because we read Joel, get for the three transgressions of Gaza, Amos chapter 1, and get verse 4.
You say Amos chapter 1, verse 4?
Con.
This is actually chapter 3. I mean verse 3.
Verse 3, con.
This is let me see. Let me just share it real quick. Salakia about that, family. And real quick, Chief Priest, think about it, man. When we were growing up, we saw that there's a storm war. And
that was Persian Gulf War Commander General Schwarzkopf. Yeah,
Right. And America claimed that they won that war, but America
which they didn't.
They got their butt kicked. They got their butt kicked in Iraq. They got their butt kicked in Vietnam. And as a young man growing up and just paying attention to these things, I was not blinded by the propaganda of America that they're this great military that could control the world and no one can defeat them, which is why we're seeing these spirits rising up, because there's historical records of America getting their butt kicked when they're invading them lands. A little small country island like Vietnam gave them the smoke in the jungle. And I know that because my father was over there. They gave them smoke. But the interesting thing is that the Vietnamese had peace towards the so-called Israelite man, the so-called black man in America. Same thing. Same thing.
Yeah, that's when they told us to leave there and go away. Because why? It wasn't our war to fight.
Right, black man go home, not your war. And the same thing. Remember when I don't know if it was Iran or Iraq, but they took that plane hostage, and they had all the American soldiers and people up there. But guess who they released out of hostage? The children of Israel, us.
Our people, yeah.
And it's crazy because if we were as we were reading in the previous verses, Ishmael and Amalek were teamed up against each other. Guess who the Most High is stirring up for war? Those two teammates that were against us. Now they're the two adversaries about to bring World War III into effect.
Right.
Ken, but I digress on that, King.
Come on, all praises, all praises.
God, this is Amos chapter 1, verse 1. No, I'm sorry, Amos 1 and 3. Thus says the Most High, for 3 transgressions of Damascus.
So now, thus says the Most High, 3 transgressions of Damascus. Who is the people of Damascus? That's the Syrian. That's Syrians. Mm-hmm. That's the Syrians. Go ahead.
And for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof.
And the Lord said he ain't gonna turn away that punishment. Go ahead.
Because they have threshed Gilead with threshing instruments of iron.
So now they thresh Gilead. The Lord said, "What Gilead? For Gilead is mine." You understand? That's Israel. So for Gilead is mine. Go ahead.
God. With the threshing instruments of iron, verse 4. But I will send a fire into the house of Hazael, which shall devour the places of Ben-Hadad.
So now, Hazael, that's still going into the Syrians and the neighboring, and it's going into the neighboring territories of their countries. Go ahead.
Khan out of one. Yep, all of it is out Syria. And shall devour the places of Ben-Hadad. I will also break the bear of Damascus and cut off the inhabitant from the place.
So you're gonna break up the bar from Damascus. You're gonna break up their strongholds of the people of Damascus. Go ahead.
And cut off the inhabitant from the plain of Avon.
Go ahead.
And him that holdeth the scepter from the house of Eden.
Go ahead.
And the people of Syria shall go into captivity unto Ker, saith.
So now, so from the land of Syria, all the way to Ker, all these different nations, these different Ishmaelites. Because you remember when you go back to Genesis, and you remember Ishmael had who? He had 12 princes. So now it's breaking down. This is spreading throughout the princes of who? Ishmael.
God.
This is going into the different countries of Ishmael. Go ahead.
God, and actually that occurs over there by Jordan too.
Right.
Pulling it up. That is modern. It says his modern Iraq is located in Jordan.
Right.
God. Let's see. Verse 6. Thus saith the Lord, for 3 transgressions of Gaza.
So now for the 3 transgressions of Gaza. Now who is the people that live in Gaza? Over there on the Gaza Strip, you got the so-called Palestinians from Palestine. That's over there in Gaza. Go ahead, read on.
For the 3 transgressions of Gaza,
So for the 3 sins of Gaza, go ahead.
And for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof.
So the Lord said he's not going to turn away the punishment of the people of Gaza. Go ahead.
Because they carried away captive the whole captivity.
Go ahead.
To deliver them up to Edom.
So they delivered the whole captivity and delivered them up to Edom. Right? Now, hold that. And wait, before we go anywhere, this is referring back to Joel chapter 3 with Ishmael. So let's go back to Joel. Hold this and let's go back to Joel chapter 3, verse 1 and verse 2.
Count out of 1. This is the book of Joel chapter 3, verse 1. And it reads, For behold, in those days and in that time, when I shall again bring the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem.
Go ahead.
I will also gather all nations and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat.
Go ahead.
And will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land.
Go ahead, read verse 3.
And they have cast lots for my people.
Go ahead, so they have cast lots for my people, meaning what? They auctioned us off. Go ahead.
And have given a boy for a harlot.
Go ahead.
And sold a girl for wine, that they might drink.
Go ahead.
And yea, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon?
Who are the Tyranians and the Zidonians? These were Africans. Go ahead.
And all the coast of Palestine.
And the coast and all the coast of Palestine. So the Lord said, what do you have to do with me? To the Africans and the Palestinians. Where is Gaza? Where is Palestine? They're 26 miles apart off of the coast of the Gaza Strip. Go ahead.
Will ye render me a recompense?
So the Lord saying, are you going to pay me back for what you've done to the children of Israel? How you sold the children of Israel? Go ahead.
And if you recompense me swiftly and speedily.
So now if you pay me back in a hurry, go ahead.
And if you recompense me swiftly and speedily, will I return your recompense upon your own head?
So the Lord said, then he's going to return. He's going to take it and throw it back in his face, meaning that he don't want it. Read on.
Because you have taken my silver and my gold.
You taking his silver and his gold. Who was the silver and gold? The children of Israel. When you read Lamentations, the 4th chapter. This is how my gold become dim, and they scattered out upon the top at the head of every street. It was talking about our people. Go ahead.
And have carried into your temples my goodly, pleasant things.
Go ahead.
The children also of Judah.
So Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, which is Judah, the so-called Negroes, Benjamin, the so-called West Indians, Levi, the so-called Haitians. Go ahead.
And the children of Jerusalem.
The other 9 tribes were the so-called Hispanics and the North American Indians and the Seminole Indians. Go ahead. Of the Negro and Indian descent.
Have ye sold unto the Grecians?
And they did what? The Africans got together with the Arabs and sold us to who? To the Grecians. What are the Grecians? Those are the Greeks. Those are the Greeks. So now, let's go to 1 Ezra 15 and verse 5. So now this whole thing. Now, the so-called white man, America, done raised hell all over this planet Earth. Now everybody is against the so-called white man. Whether you say he's German, whether you say he's French, whether you say he's British, whether you say he's from Luxembourg, whether you say from Italy, whether you say he's from Greenland, whether you say from France, whether you say from Belgium, no matter what. Whether he's from Turkey. Everybody hates the so-called white man.
Slaki out of 1. You mean 2nd Ezra's chapter what is it? Where am I at? 2nd Ezra's. Because I know you said, you said 15 and 5, right? Because
Correct.
originally you said first Esdras, but I know what first Esdras only go up to 9.
Yeah, second Ezra. The
Okay,
one.
kind of one. All right, let me see. This is second Esdras chapter 15, verse 5. For the sword and their destruction draweth nigh.
So now the sword and the destruction draweth nigh, meaning drawing near. Go ahead.
And one people shall stand up to fight against another.
So one people should stand up to fight against another people. Go ahead.
And swords in their hands.
Meaning weapons of destructions in their hands. Go ahead.
For there shall be sedition among men.
Right. There's going to be sedition. There's going to be problems. There's going to be no peace in between, man. Go ahead.
And invading one another.
And now look, the scriptures is unfolding. Now they're invading one another. You got America teaming up with Amalek, the so-called Jew, and they doing what? They turning around and they invading one another. Now they're invading who? They're invading who? The Arabs, the children of Ishmael. You understand? So this is a long time with the so-called white man.
God.
Everywhere he go, he's robbing, stealing, plundering. And they invading one another. That's verse 6.
Yeah, that's verse 16. It's some more to it.
That's verse 16 or verse 5.
Oh, we were at verse 16. But
Okay, go to verse 5. Read verse 5 and verse 6.
Con, I was going to ask you if we can go back up there, because that's what I had originally. This is
15 and 5 and verse 6.
Con, this is second Esdras 15, verse 5. Behold, saith the Most High, I will bring plagues upon the world.
The Lord said he's going to do what?
Bring plagues upon the world.
The Lord said he's going to bring plagues upon the world. Go ahead.
The sword.
Go ahead.
Famine, death and destruction.
Go ahead.
For wickedness has exceedingly polluted the whole earth.
So because all this is happening because wickedness have exceedingly polluted the whole earth. Hold like get Job 9:24.
I don't want con. This is the book of Job, chapter 9, verse 24.
Because if you're dealing with hold on a second. So now, because if you're dealing with wickedness, if wickedness is abound, who's ruling? Look who's ruling. All over this planet Earth, who's ruling? The so-called white race in general. Read that, Job 9:24.
This is Job chapter 9, verse 24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked.
The earth is given into the hands of the wicked. Who's running this? Who's running the show down here? The so-called white man. So the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. Go ahead.
He covereth the faces of the judges thereof.
He covered the faces of the judges. We know who the judges are. Jesus Christ, the 12 disciples whose faces they whitewashed. Revelation, the first chapter, Christ is black. You got Acts 13. You read about the disciples being black. You read Acts chapter 21, verse 37 down to 42. You find out that Paul from the tribe of Benjamin looked like an Egyptian. And the original Egyptians are dark skinned. So the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. He covered the faces of the judges thereof. Read on.
If not, where and who is he?
So we saying this is the so-called white man. So if this is not the so-called white man, where is he at and who is he? Job is asking. And we ask also. So now let's go back to 2nd Ezra chapter 15 and let's go back to verse 6.
Con, this is 2nd Ezra. Hold on. This is 2nd Ezra chapter 15, verse 6. For wickedness has exceedingly polluted the whole earth.
So wickedness have exceedingly polluted the whole earth. Go ahead.
And their hurtful works are fulfilled.
And their hurtful works that the so-called white race have done on this earth has been fulfilled, and it's being fulfilled according to scripture.
God.
You understand? So now let's jump down to verse 14 to 19.
God, I don't want. This is 2nd Ezra chapter 15, verse 14, and it reads, Woe to the world and them that dwell therein.
So woe to the world and them that dwell therein. Now, the ones that dwell in this earth is what? Is the ones that trust in this society. Trust in these different rulership in these different kingdoms. Go ahead.
For the sword and their destruction draweth nigh.
For the sword and their destruction, their weapons and their destruction is very close. Go ahead.
And one people shall stand up to fight against another, and swords in their hands.
And if one people should stand up to fight against another and swords in their hand. Let's get Matthew 24, verse 6. Matthew 24, verse 6.
This is the book of St. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 6. And it reads, and ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars.
So now Christ said we shall hear of wars, and we were going to hear about rumors of wars to come. This small little war going on over there in what they call the Middle East, this ain't nothing. Read on.
See that ye be not troubled.
Christ, the Messiah, Yahweh Shah said, don't be troubled. Don't worry about what's going on. Go ahead.
For all these things must come to pass.
All these things must happen. Go ahead, read on.
But the end is not yet.
But this is not the end. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 7, for nation shall rise against nation.
So nation is going to rise against nation. Look how it's happening. You got Amalek fighting against Ishmael. You got America fighting against Ishmael on the side of Amalek, the so-called Jew. You have Russia and Ukraine fighting. But remember, before the breaking of the Soviet Union, there was one.
Yep.
And they start fighting against each other. And then who did America side with when Russia and Ukraine were fighting? America sided with Ukraine.
God. And Chief Priest, that goes back to when you was naming all those Kazakhstans and Yagastans and all the different countries. All of that lines up in regards to what we're seeing right now.
Correct. So it's a nation against nation. Go ahead.
And kingdom against kingdom. And there shall be famines and pestilences.
So there's going to be famine, food shortages, pestilence, all kind of grave diseases going to be happening. Go ahead.
Salakia. Pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places.
Pestilence and earthquakes in diverse places. Didn't we just have a couple of weeks ago here on the Eastern Shoreboard, we had a 4.6 magnitude earthquake?
Good.
Scripture says that the earth is going to be shaken out of its place. But we can't even get it together. Dealing with the Most High, we can't even get it together. Read on.
Verse 8, and all these are the beginning of sorrows.
This is just the tip of the iceberg. This is just now starting. You understand? Let's go back to 2nd Ezra 15 and 14.
Con out of one con. This is the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 15, verse 14. Woe to the world and them that dwell therein. For the sword and the destruction draweth nigh. And one people shall stand up to fight against another, and swords in their hands.
So one people shall read that again.
For the sword and their, and one people shall stand up to fight against another.
Good.
And swords in their hands.
So one people shall stand up to fight against another, and they shall have swords in their hands. Good.
For there shall be sedition among men.
There's going to be sedition among men. Good.
And invading one another.
And now, as we reading in the scriptures, and as we seeing what's going on the earth, they're doing what? They're invading one another. You got anything to add, Lord?
Man, bro, man, the scriptures never lie, man. I'll
Yeah, I'll be right back in a second.
Yeah, all praise to the Most High, man, for His prophets and these prophecies that are playing out in front of our eyes. There are lots of videos out there. You got to really be careful because a lot of people are using AI and stuff. But there are videos out there of certain like ducks, like thousands of ducks just walking in a circle surrounding the highways and stuff. You're seeing animals in the wild. They're walking in that same circular formation, right? Like the scripture says, the Most High's judgment is like a ring, meaning everything comes back around in a circle. So everything that we're seeing right now is that ring of judgment that the Most High is bringing upon the nations, right? So yeah, man, all you got to do is just pay attention, man, and keep your eyes open and not be, led away by these distractions. Because there was what was I looking at? It kind of slips in my mind. Let me just check something in my messenger real quick because I'm real quick to send some stuff over there real quick. Give me 1 second. Let me see. It's not. Let me see. And just for the record, man, there are a lot of people that are talking about what happened over in Demona and all of that. I don't get really. Let me pause there. I really don't get caught up in that just for the fact that I know people over there and all of that. And, there's really hasn't been many deaths over there. But yeah, those, our brothers and sisters, they did, suffer some bombings over there. I know one of the schools got blown up. And I think they said from the last time I checked with the brothers over there, they were like 41 injured, but no reported deaths or anything. And that just even shows what Chief Priest said about what Yahweh said about not touching his anointing, right? So, that's something that we got to keep in mind just to think about how those brothers and sisters over in that area, where all of that is going on, and they're being safe over there, and the Most High spared them and preserved them, right? So let me just catch up with the comments real quick because I know we haven't touched on that, and see what the family's been saying. Let's see. I know the brother Leonard's been going in here, right? So I know, so the brother Leonard posted, I look at them as rejects, like the hater cousin and uncles, they clothes and shoes on backwards. Because that goes right back into what I said. If we notice that Ishmael and Edom, or Amalek rather, which is still Edom, they were all gathered together in unity to tear us down. And now the Most High has flipped the spirit on the earth to where he has them at war with each other, right? And the brother says, take those verses and combine them with their, Bahaphomission and Moloch worship, and boom, the picture clearly becomes undeniably clear. You know what? There was something that I did see online, statue. Let me just pull it up. Yeah, I just saw something on that too. I'm glad you brought that up. I forgot which country it was. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if I can pull it up. Let me see if I can share this. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me see if I can run this back and pause it real quick. Pause. All right, let me share my screen real quick. Right, so this is what the brother's talking about. Let me just see if it's on the screen real quick. Okay. I'm glad that brother pointed that out. Check this out. Well, as you can see in this video, they're burning the statue of Baal, right? And in this picture of this, or on this statue, it's also featuring the Star of David. So a lot of times when we're looking at those people in that land over there, they're not worshiping the Most High. They're worshiping Baal. They're worshiping the god of Babylon and things like that. And that's why we see the wicked works that they're doing over there. And that's why we see that judgment that's coming upon the earth right now. Because remember, the scripture says that the Gentiles were trodden down the land of Israel. They would go up in there and bring all their abominable things. And that is another way that we can judge the matter righteously, not based off appearance, but off facts. they have the largest homosexual parade, and they support LGBTQ rights. How are you going to do that in the so-called Holy Land? That's all. And let me just grab some real quick. Let me see. Let me see something real quick. I'm gonna grab something out the Apocrypha real quick. It slips my mind real quick. Okay, let me go over this. I'm gonna move around over the second Esdras real quick. Let's go to second Esdras 3 and 36. You know, because I hear a lot of brothers battling and saying, you know, Gentiles can be saved this and Gentiles can get the same salvation. No, that's impossible, man. Because as we're reading right now in the book of second Esdras chapter 3, verse 3, and it reads, thou shalt find that Israel by name has kept thy precepts, but not the heathen. So this right here confirms that those people who have stolen our identity, that live over in what we call the state of Israel, they never kept the Most High's precepts. It says that from statistics, it says about 75% of them are atheists, maybe closer to 60, you know, give or take. But the majority of those people are God, I just said it. They don't believe in God.
Yeah, you said atheist.
Yeah, they don't believe in the Most High. So if you don't believe in the Most High, then you're a heathen. And if the whole purpose of being set up to go back to the Holy Land was to give those people a land where they can practice righteousness, they're not there. So if they're not there keeping the commandments of the Most High and they don't fear the Most High, then why are they in that land? They don't belong there. And that's why the Most High said that he was going to burn up that land with fire. Go ahead, Chief Priest. I know you're back.
Come. All praises, all praises. All praises. And take a look at the comments.
Yeah, yeah, that's where I was at. I was reading the brother Leonard Judah's comments. Let me see. He says, okay, that's the last one. He says that this is one of the biggest mistakes that we made in history. And then he says, side note, Akim, they've also openly admitted to staging this war as an Armageddon ritual, right?
Right.
Come. And some of these ninjas still think they free. And then this is where he was talking about the Baphomet matrix of entrapment.
Right.
Let me see if anybody else dropped up in here. Heaven sent -M91 says Neanderthals. Sister Meek says she's back. The brother Leonard says they hate us too. I feel nothing for them. And then Heaven sent says, excuse me, Dr. Charnathan, LOL.
That's Auntie Robert there. That's Robert.
Dr. Charnathan, Kun. And then the brother Leonard Judah said y'all on point. And then she said this is Sister Robert Qua.
Yeah, Kun. Yeah, I knew it because she the only one that calls me Charnathan. Her and Elder Benjamin from House of David. They the only two that call me Jonathan, so I knew it was her.
Good. We got Tribe of Issachar 7774, Shalom Israel.
Shalom.
Next, Kwam Yashala. And then he also says, Alpha Maker Clan Khan, keep bringing that out, King. Shalom. Issachar Princess says, happy Sabbath, royal family. Yes, sister.
Shalom, Issachar Princess.
Yeah, I tagged her online on the class. Then we got Tribe of Issachar 7774, Shalom Princess. And then we got Hana Samuel. Hey, Shalom, Sister Hana. Shalom,
Hana.
Tribe of Issachar 7774 says Proverbs 29:2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn. Kind of, that's what's happening right now that we can see online. You know, I was watching something the other day, Chief Priest, because, you know, remember back in the day when we were growing up, we were taught that China and Russia lie shit up people with all this mass propaganda and all of that. And then as you come into this truth, you started slowly waking up and realized that it was not them other two countries. It was actually America. And
it was America.
And Trump is putting out there that, you know, he made one threat, hey, you know, Iran has 5 days to come to a ceasefire and agreement with us. Then they extended it out for 8 days, then another week. But I saw a video I've seen this little clip, but I shout out to the brother Hassan Campbell, man. The brother had a nice compilation of the videos I was watching yesterday. It was saying that Iran has destroyed all the U.S. military bases in the Middle East, meaning all their weapons of war, all that stuff that's over there set up in their bases. Iran has blown that up. So now the American military, their generals and their leadership, and their office clerks and all of them different people that do what do you want to say? I guess they're the dignitaries, right? And the ones who usually have what is it? Diplomatic immunity, as we would say in America, right?
Right.
Iran has put a demand out to its citizens to reveal where those people are hiding at, because they're hiding out over in Iran because they've been blown away from their bases and they have nowhere to escape. Who is that? This is the U.S. military that was stationed, had their bases stations in the Middle East. So since those locations have been blown up, they've been fleeing for their lives and they're hiding out, as I heard, in some hotels and some other bunkers and all of that. And the Iranian leadership is demanding that their people, through Islam, to tell them where those people are so they can go ahead and deal with them, capture them. So, they're saying that they want to get them out of the Middle East. But if we watch historically, whenever the Middle East has captured U.S. troops or invading military personnel, they usually kept them in hostage as negotiation tactics, or even put them bastards to death.
Right.
And let me see. Sister Iskara Princess says we are in for a rude awakening. And then Tribe Iskar says, Khan, but not the 144K. And let's see, Leonard Judah said America siding with the neo-Nazi Ukrainians. And yeah, definitely, because when you go right there into the Ukrainian area, that's right over there by Georgia as well. That's where the Caucasus Mountains at.
Right.
That's exactly where the Caucasus Mountains at. And like Chief Priest Shah says, like Yugoslavia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and all them other ice stands, that are out there, that was at one point in time part of the USSR. And America really didn't come into power as a global power of the earth until the USSR fell apart.
Right.
And the United States had a huge hand in destroying the USSR. And guess what? Russia's making its power play. Russia is sending ships over into that what is that? The Horowitz, or that little shipping lane over there, Horowitz or whatever. Russia's been sending planes over there. China is starting to send planes over there. And then the other interesting thing is, Chief Priest Shar, this is another strategy that they're doing to tear down America. They're only selling their oil to any buyers in Chinese yuan. The YUAN, the Chinese dollar, that's the only way you can purchase that oil from Iran. And that is a way to help crumble the American dollar, going back to BRICS.
Right. Let's get Amos 9:1.
Amos 9:1, count out of one.
Come on. Because like you said, they blew up the ships and the missiles and everything of America, and now they fleeing and hiding, right?
Mm-hmm. Gone.
Amos chapter 9, verse 1.
This is Amos chapter 9, verse 1, and it reads, and I saw the Most High standing upon the altar, and he said, smite the lintel of the door, that the post may shake.
So now the lintel of the door. Now this is a vision that Amos is given by the Most High. So it's like the lintel of the door. The lintel is the top door. You got the door frame, which you have across the top, and you have the two side posts. So the lintel is at the top, and that's what holds the frame together, right? Go ahead. The Lord says, smite the lintel of the post. Go ahead.
That the post may shake.
That made a post may shake. So basically he's saying he's gonna shake it from the Lord, going to hit it from the top, and it's gonna start crumbling at the bottom. Everything that's holding America up, the so-called white man up, is gonna start to shake. Go ahead.
And cut them in the head of all of them.
Go ahead.
and I will slay the last of them with the sword.
So the Lord said He's going to start slaying the last of them with the sword. Now, what's going to happen? So now their weapons are being destroyed now. Now, what you said they was doing? They started running, right? They hide in hotels. They hide in here in different parts of the country. They hiding in caves. Go ahead.
God. And I will slay the last of them with the sword.
Go ahead.
He that fleeth of them shall not flee away.
So he that fleeth of them. So when they try to run and hide, the Lord said they ain't going to be able to hide. Mm-hmm. They're not going to be able to run. Go ahead.
And shall not flee away. And he that escapeth of them shall not be delivered.
Go ahead.
Though they dig into hell, then shall my hand take them.
They dig down into the lowest place, hide among other nations and people. The Lord said He's going to do what?
Then shall my hand take them, though they climb up to heaven.
Go ahead.
Thence will I bring them down.
And then He's going to try to climb up and make Himself high again. The Lord said He's going to bring them back down again.
God.
Read on.
And though they hide themselves in the top of Carmel.
So though they hide themselves in the top of Carmel among Israel, they're trying to hide among us. Go ahead.
I will search and take them out thence.
The Lord said He's going to take them from among our people. Go ahead.
And though they be hid from my sight in the bottom of the sea.
So you look at them, look at how they're doing now. They remember they have their submarines. You understand? You look at a lot of the old movies. Mm-hmm. They're bits and different stuff like that. They're showing you they got things to do where they can go and live up underwater. The so-called white man tell you about the underwater cities.
Right. Go ahead. You know what, I want to bring something up on screen when he was talking about those posts, right? Because we see the same thing over in the Caucasus Mountains. We also see it in the Greek Empire, and it lets us know who these people are. So when you're looking at these pictures right here, the lintel where I'm pointing at is the upper part, right? And these are the posts that are talking about shaking. That is your White House. That is the Caucasus Mountains. That is, and let me just pull it up. Caucasus Mountains houses, because you'll be able to see who these peoples are. Mountains, castles. Let me see. Let's see if I can find them. I might have. Where is it? No, it's not bringing them up here, but it's a particular one that I was looking for. Oh yeah. Hold on. The mountains, castles. Castles in mountains. Built in the rock. You know what? It's not bringing Slakia. I'll have to show it another time because it's not bringing it up.
I know the castles up in the mountain you're talking about, Kun. It does look like the White House.
Yeah, it looks like the White House, and actually that's over in the Caucasus Mountains, but I think it's closer over to Georgia. So maybe next time I'll be able to find it. And let me see. This is Amos chapter 9, verse 3, and it reads, "And though they hid themselves on the top of Carmel, I will search and take them out thence. And though they be hid from my sight in the bottom of the sea, thence will I command the serpent, and he shall bite them."
So now we know who that serpent is when the so-called white man tried to hide in the sea. He said he's going to command that serpent to bite him, Leviathan. Look at Job chapter 30. You'll read about the last giant dinosaur that's still on this earth.
God, the sea monster.
Right.
God.
You know what? That's going to be my next. I want to do a class on Leviathan.
Yeah, God, that'll be powerful.
Yeah. Not Job 30. Job chapter 41. Excuse me. Okay, read on.
God. Verse 4. And though they go into captivity before their enemies, this will I command the sword, and it shall slay them. And I will set my eyes upon them for evil, and not for good.
For everything the so-called white man do, the Lord is he's gonna get back at him and destroy him for everything that he have done, especially to the children of Israel, and then to the other nations on the earth. You understand? So let's go back to second Ezra 15:14.
Yes, kind of the one. Hold on, you told me to drop down. Where were we at? Oh no, that was me. I brought that one up. So let me just go back to where we were. Oh, here it is. Kind. This is second Ezra, chapter 15, and we left off. We finish up. No, let's go to 16. For there shall be sedition among men and invading one another.
Oh yeah, they come. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So there should be sedition among men, and they're going to be invading one another. Go ahead.
They shall not regard their kings nor princes, and the course of their action shall stand in their power.
So the course of the action, because the things they have done, that's going to stand in their power. So now, that's why we read Matthew chapter 24, verse 6. Nation shall rise against nation, kingdom against kingdom, people against people. Come. So, go ahead, read on.
Verse 17, a man shall desire to go into a city and
so now this go back to what we was talking about with Greenland and America. And America and Africa. Greenland don't want to have nothing to do with America. And you got Africa don't want to have nothing to do with America. So it's that people should desire to go into a city. Go ahead.
And shall not be able.
And they're not able to. Now you got Africa blocking America. And then now you got Greenland blocking America. Go ahead.
And for because of their pride, the city shall be troubled.
Now because of the pride of Babylon, the great America, the so-called white man, the cities are going to be troubled. There's going to be a problem. Go ahead.
The houses shall be destroyed, and the men shall be afraid.
Read on.
A man shall have no pity upon his neighbor.
Go ahead.
But shall destroy their houses with the sword.
Read on.
And the spoil of their goods because of the lack of bread and for great tribulation.
Read verse 33.
Got out of one kind. Verse 33. And from the land of the Assyrians.
See, now we're talking about the Assyrians now, right? So now this whole thing is going into the Assyrians, the children of Ishmael. So now into the land of the Assyrians, go ahead.
Shall the enemy besiege them?
Go ahead.
And consume some of them.
And consume some of them. So now when you look at Assyria, you have neighboring Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, all them stands is over there among the Assyrians. Go ahead.
And in their host shall be fear and dread and strife among their kings.
Now they're going to be beefing them among each other. Go ahead.
Behold, clouds from the east and from the north unto the south, and they are very horrible to look upon, full of wrath and storm. And
what are those clouds? Them clouds is what? You got these different militaries from different countries. They flying and they creating smoke in the air. What is that smoke? They're shooting off the missiles.
Burning buildings.
Read on.
Verse 35. I'm sorry, full of wrath and storm. Verse 35. They shall smite one upon another.
Now, guess what? Now they're gonna be destroying. They're gonna be destroying one another. Go ahead.
And they shall smite down a great multitude of stars upon the earth.
What are those stars? It ain't talking about the stars in heaven, literally. It's talking about what? The ones in high power and rulership. Go ahead.
Even their own star.
Go ahead.
And blood shall be from the sword unto the belly.
Go ahead.
And dung of men unto the camel's hole.
And it's gonna be like the dung of man. Man gonna be on this over there in what they call the east. Man is gonna be, their body's gonna be piling up like dung. up to the camel's hull.
God, bodies on bodies on
The
bodies.
camel hock. That's the hock, which is the joint of the hind leg, and up to the joint. And now you know how camels are tall. The bodies are gonna be laying on top of each other.
God.
So that joint of the hock goes from the from the kneecap up to the thigh, to the mid thigh. That's the hock on any animal.
God.
Go ahead.
Yep, from here to there. Yep. Not just pulled it up online to look at it too.
Right.
Well, here I am right here. Let me see. And verse 37. And there shall be great fearfulness and trembling upon the earth, upon earth.
So now when this stuff really start to kick off, everybody's gonna be afraid on this earth.
God.
Read on.
And they that see the wrath shall be afraid, and trembling shall come upon them. Woo. That sounds like Joel chapter 2.
Good.
That's one of my favorite chapters in the Bible, Joel 2. The day of the Lord shall be full of darkness and gloominess. Day of vengeance. Verse 38. And then shall there come great storms from the south and from the north and another part from the west. Hey, Chief Priest, isn't that right there talking about when all the nations are coming from all parts of the earth to bring their weapons of war, which is the storms?
Right. And that's going back to Joel Joel 3 and 2, when they bring them together, bring the nation together into the valley of Jehoshaphat. Okay, read on.
And strong wind shall arise from the east and shall open it.
Right. So now this is the introduction to the Third World War. Because we had World War I, we had World War II. Now you see they trying to create World War III, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hold that and get Revelation 11 and 14.
Another one.
Because they over there fighting over there in what you call the Middle East. They over there fighting. So they're going at it.
I'm ready whenever you are. Okay, this is Revelations 11 and 14. The second woe is past.
So now the woe is destruction. These are the world wars. When you go into the history of Revelation chapter 11. Go ahead.
The second woe is past, and behold,
there's the World War II done passed already. Go ahead.
And behold, the third woe cometh quickly.
And the third one is coming swift and speedily.
Whoa.
The third world war is coming speedily. You understand? So let's go back to where we at in 2nd Ezra 15.
Okay, and let's see. Yep. All right, so verse 30, 2nd Ezra 15 and 39.
Go ahead.
And strong wind shall arise from the east, and shall open it, and the cloud which he raised up in wrath, and the star stirred to cause fear towards the east and west wind shall be destroyed.
So now this is another strong wind shall rise up from the east, and it shall open it. And that cloud shall rise up with that one cloud there is going to rise up in wrath. What cloud is that? Let's get Revelation, the first chapter. Hold on to 2nd Ezra 15. Because we already read about the Lord gathering all the nations to the valley of Jehoshaphat. And he said he's going to plead with my people, Israel. Plead with them for my people, Israel. Right? So the Arabs, the Africans, so-called white man, everybody's going to be over there fighting, right? So now who is that there? That's the question.
God. Revelations 1 and 7.
God. 1 verse 1. 1 verse 1. Let's see who it is.
God, another one. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 1. The revelation of Hamashiach Yahushai.
So this is the revelation, the revealing of Jesus Christ, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then I go to verse 7. So we know this is talking about Christ. Go ahead.
This is our Revelations 1 and 7. Behold, he cometh with clouds.
So now, behold, he come with clouds. Go ahead.
And every eye shall see him.
Every eye, everyone is going to see him. Go ahead.
And they also which pierced him.
Yeah, and they that pierced him. Who's the one been pierced? Christ, when he was crucified.
Got another one.
So all those spirits from back then in the past is here today. So who's coming with clouds? Christ.
God.
Go ahead. Now go back to the 2 Ezra 15.
2 Ezra, chapter 5. Okay, where was I? Okay. All right, so we were in 39. 2 Ezra 15 and 39. And strong winds shall arise from the east, and shall open it, and the cloud which he raised up in wrath, and the stars stirred to cause fear toward the east and west wind shall be destroyed.
Right, so all these different nations are going to be destroyed. Now, for all these nations to get there into the valley of Jehoshaphat and for war to be there, it has to be a resting place for everyone to be to actually engage in war, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have not since the late 90s, have not the Euphrates River haven't not been reduced in water. The Euphrates River is losing water. If you go and check it out, you'll find out the water of the Euphrates River is receding. Because why? That's where the war is going to take place at. Let's go to Revelation 16 and 12.
Got another one. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 16, verse 12. And it reads, and the sixth angel poured out his veil upon the great river.
So now these are the seven angels pouring out their vows of destruction upon the earth of different things that is happening in the earth. So go ahead.
And the water thereof was dried up.
And the water thereof is dried up. Now, if you check out the Euphrates River, the river of the Euphrates is actually receding.
Mm-hmm.
It's going through a drought since 92, 93. It's been going through a drought. And the water has been receding in the Euphrates River. So it said he poured out his vow upon the great river Euphrates. What you got there, other one?
I just pulled it up real quick. It says the Euphrates River is dry, and Euphrates River is experiencing historic low water levels due to severe drought, climate change, and upstream damming, with predictions warning it could dry up by 2040. It says this is a critical source. This critical water source for Turkey, Syria, and Iraq is causing massive agricultural losses, displacement, and water scarcity, while fueling discussions about biblical end time prophecies.
Con, read that Revelation 16 and 12.
Revelation chapter 16, verse 12. And the sixth angel poured out his veil upon the great river Euphrates.
So now the angel poured out his vial on the great river Euphrates. Go ahead.
And the water thereof was dried up.
And the waters of that river was dried up. You understand? So go ahead, read on.
That the way of the kings of the east might be prepared.
So now that the ways of the kings, plural, of the east may be prepared.
Wow. So that
so all this is Bible prophecy being unfolded.
God, that area by the Euphrates is going to be a big ass war zone.
Right. But now remember, now if you check out the river Euphrates, if you pull it up and see where does the Euphrates run from?
Okay, let me just read Euphrates River.
Because the Euphrates River, it runs far.
Right. It says Let me say it says the Euphrates rivers originates in the Armenian highlands of eastern Turkey. It is formed by the confluence of two main tributaries, the western Euphrates and Maratsu, the eastern Euphrates, which merge about 10 kilometers upstream from the town of Keben in southeastern Turkey. But I want to flows from and to. Okay, and then I'm going to go a little further. It says the Euphrates River flows primarily through three countries, Turkey, Syria, and Iraq, forming the longest river system in the Southwest Asia. It originates in Turkey, flows through Syria, and merges with the Tigris River in Iraq to flow into the Persian Gulf. It is a critical water source for these nations.
And how we know that to be true? Hold, you gotta go to Genesis chapter 2 and verse 10.
Genesis chapter 2, verse 10, kind of the one.
Right. Because now, remember before the ice age, right? Before the dry earth started to break up and drift apart, right? Remember in the beginning of the creation, the earth we had one dry land mass, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you not the ice age, after a while the earth started to split. When the earth started to split is during the time of the flood with Noah and the ark and his family in Genesis chapter 6, right? So that's when that's when the earth flooded, and then when the water receded, the earth started to break, and certain parts started to drift off. Now the Euphrates River, if you take the earth, the dry land mass, and then you push it together, you will see that the Euphrates River was spread across the whole dry land mass and branch off. Now let's read that in Genesis chapter 2, verse 10.
God, let me just make sure it's sharing. Okay, there. All right, this is the book of Genesis, chapter 2, verse 10. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden.
So now a river went out of Eden to water the garden. What was the garden? That was the part where Adam and Eve was. The earth was called Eden, but where he placed Adam and Eve at, it was called the Garden of Eden.
God.
When you read Genesis chapter 3, it was called the Garden of Eden. Now, here, this is letting you know the earth was called Eden. Go ahead, read on.
And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into 4 heads.
So now that river came out of Eden to water the garden specifically, and then it moved into 4 different heads. Go ahead.
The name of the first is Pison or Pison.
Go ahead.
Pison. That is it, which encompasses the whole land of Havilah.
Of Havilah. Right.
Where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There is bdellium and the onyx stone.
Go ahead.
And the name of the second river is Gihon.
Go ahead.
The same is that compasses the whole land of Ethiopia.
So now, the first river, the Pison River, it compassed the whole land of Havilah, which was going through what they call the Middle East, right? Mm-hmm. Now you had the next river, the second river was the Gihon, and it compassed the whole land of Ethiopia. So it started going westward. Mm-hmm. That part started going westward into Ethiopia. Mm-hmm. So it left from what you call the Middle East, Fertile Crescent, and went over into Ethiopia. Go ahead.
And the name of the third river is Hiddekel.
Right. The Hiddekel River. Go ahead.
That go towards the east of Assyria.
So now that branched off going towards the east part in Assyria. Go ahead.
And the fourth river is Euphrates.
And then you had the fourth river, which was the Euphrates River. Go ahead.
And the Most High Power took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it.
So now he took Adam, he took man and put him in the Garden of Eden. He took man and put it in the Garden of Eden to keep it and to dress it. So now you had the four main watering sources. Now you see here where the Euphrates River is where what? But you have the Hiddekel, and then you have the Euphrates. Now remember, all this stuff all this goes back up into one branch. So the Most High gonna do what? He gonna dry that whole thing up for all the kings of the earth become with their weapons of war, their armies, and to fight. Now let's go back to where we was at.
Try back in second Esdras.
Go back to Revelation 1 and 7.
Okay, kind. No, you know what? We was in Revelation 16. Okay, 1 and 7. Kind.
We was in Revelation 16. Get that.
Okay, I'm trying to see where we were. Give me a second. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, yeah. No, we
my
read
brain
that.
is spinning. My brain is spinning 1,000 miles an hour. It's just going everywhere. Go ahead.
This all to our chief. Yeah, we read it about the sixth angel poured out his veil.
Right.
Okay.
Upon the great river Euphrates.
And the water thereof was dried up, that the way of the kings of the east might be prepared. Verse 13. And I saw three unclean spirits like
No, you don't have to read no more. Go back to
1 and 7.
Cut.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 7. Behold, hold on. Sure, there it is. Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him.
So everybody's gonna see him. Go ahead.
And they also which pierced him.
Even the ones that pierced him when he was here on the earth. Go ahead.
And all kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him.
And all kindreds, all families on this earth is going to wail because of him. Because why? He's coming to bring back hell and destruction on this earth. Get Matthew chapter 10, verse 34.
God.
Let's see what Christ said about himself. Let's see what the Messiah said about himself.
This is the book of Matthew chapter 10, verse 34. Think not that I have come to send peace on earth.
So Christ said, think not I come to send peace on earth. What's the opposite of peace? War. Read on.
I come not to send peace, but a sword.
But he come not to send peace, but a sword. What does a sword do? It's an instrument of killing. It's a killing instrument. You understand? So when Christ comes, what's going to happen? They're already going to be fighting over there. Get Nahum 2, verse 3 and verse 4.
You say chapter 2, 3, and 4?
Chapter 2, verse 3 and verse 4.
Count out on one count. This is the book of Nahum, chapter 2, verse 3. The shield of his mighty men is made red.
Good.
The valiant men are in scarlet.
Read on.
The chariots shall be with flaming torches in the day of his preparation.
So now this old white man, his chariots are gonna be like flaming torches. What it look like? What it look like when they shooting them rockets in 2, 3 o'clock in the morning over there in the east?
God, they look like fireworks.
It look like fireworks. It look like flaming torches.
Yeah, what did they call them? The Roman candles?
Right.
Okay. Kind of coincidence.
Right. So the shield of his mighty men shall be red. What happens when they be firing off them guns, off their planes? What happened? The barrels are what? Red. They start to turn red from all that rapid fire. Right? Read on.
The valiant men are in scarlet. The chariots shall be with flaming torches.
Oh, why does it say they're gonna be in scarlet? What color is scarlet? Scarlet is like a purple, royalty. So they're gonna be looking royal. They're gonna be looking majestic. They're gonna be looking royal in a war apparel. Good. And the chariots.
The chariots shall be with flaming torches in the day of his preparation.
And the chariots are gonna be like flaming torches. In the time of their preparation.
Another one.
Read on.
And the fir tree shall be terribly shaken.
Read on.
And the chariots shall rage in the streets. They shall jostle one against another in the broad ways.
So they chariots are what?
Rage in the streets.
So their chariots are going to be raging in the streets. They army tanks. They Humvees. They're going to be raging in the streets. Running over other cars, blowing people and things and objects out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
They shall jostle one against another in the broad ways.
Even they're gonna fight against one another in the air. These different countries, they're gonna be fighting each other from the sky.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna be blowing each other out the sky.
Right. You know what, that goes back into when United States built that dome. Supposedly they built a dome for Israel that would repel the rockets and all of that. And what we seen was that it's a young brother. It's one of my brothers in the city, man. He can break this down so meticulously about what's actually going over there because he studies war and all of that. But basically, the Iron Dome is set so high up in the sky, right? But what Iran was doing was using low-level drones that would fly so many feet above the shores of the water, right above the surface of the water, and those satellites and those tracking systems for missiles, they can't track those little drones because they're not on the radar path, and that's how they were coming up in there doing what they were doing, blowing up, the Iron Dome, which allowed those missiles and those ballistic missiles to come fly like flaming torches in the sky that we've been seeing.
Right. Give Revelation 6 and 13.
Revelation 6 and 13, come. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 6, verse 13. And it reads, and the stars of heaven fell onto the earth.
So these higher powers here on the earth, why they call stars? Because why? They're renowned. They're well known. They have fallen upon the earth. They've fallen out of their high places. Go ahead.
Even as the fig tree casts her untimely figs when she is shaken of a mighty wind.
Go ahead.
And the heaven departed as a scroll when it is rolled together.
So now the heavens, these ruling kingdoms, they departed. They came apart like they unrolled. They folded together like a scroll. Go ahead.
When it is rolled together, and every mountain and island were moved out of their places.
Get read on.
And the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the rich men.
So all the great men, the rich men, go ahead.
And the chief captains, and the mighty men, and every bondman, and every free man hid themselves in the dens.
So everybody is running and fleeing and hiding everywhere. Go ahead.
Hid themselves in the dens and in the rocks of the mountains.
And they hide in the high places. Go ahead.
Salakia, I was grabbing some.
What you got?
And said, no. And to the rocks of the mountains, and said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us. And hide us.
So they're going to among the people and tell them that they're trying to hide among the people like you was talking about earlier.
Right, cut.
Read on.
Fall on us and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne.
Right. So now, so you got the chariots raging in the streets. You got the planes fighting and jostling against one another. They're blowing up these different countries, and all this was written aforetime.
God.
This was written aforetime. Revelation 13 and 13.
God, let me hold that. Revelations 13 and 13. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 13. And it reads, he doeth great wonders. So
go up one more verse.
Okay, this is Revelation chapter 13, verse 12. And he exercises all the power of the first beast before him.
Right. So this beast here is talking about America, but that beast before him, you talking about NATO. You talking about Britain, Russia, Germany, France, Belgium, Luxembourg, in these different countries. Go ahead.
And caused the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast.
Read on.
Whose deadly wound was healed.
Right. So this deadly wound was healed, and that wound, what wound was healed? That wound was healed, which was America. This wound was healed. Go ahead.
And he doeth great wonders.
So now when this deadly wound was healed, this deadly wound was healed during World War I. Right.
God.
This is when they had the fighter jets and the plane. That's when they had their planes, the two-man planes. And the second man that's in the back sat up a little higher than the pilot, and he was the gunman.
Yep.
Read on.
And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth.
So now he make fire. So now he make fire come down onto the earth in the sight of man. World War I, the bombing of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. He made fire come down onto the earth.
God.
Come down from heaven onto the earth in the sight of men. So this is being done by the hand of the Heavenly Father. And this ain't nothing but prophecies. This is nothing but prophecy. This is nothing but Bible prophecy. Get Revelation 9 and 3.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 9, verse 3. And it reads, and there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth.
Go back up. Go back up one more verse.
Okay, this is Revelations 9 and 2. And he opened the bottomless pit.
So now the angel opened up the bottomless pit. That where Esau, the so-called white man, is. Now, when you go into this history and go into Revelation 20 and Revelation 9, when you go into history, this is when after the so-called white man came out of the caves out of Georgia, Russia, and out of the Caucasus Mountains, between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. And this is when he come and started going to start raging war on this earth. Read on.
Cut out of one. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit.
Go ahead.
As the smoke of a great furnace.
Go ahead.
And the sun and the air were darkened.
Right. So wisdom and knowledge was gone. Go ahead.
By the reason of the smoke pit. And verse 3.
Read on.
And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth.
So now out of that smoke came the locusts out of the earth, upon the earth. Now, remember what those planes looked like back then. It had, when they first made those planes had four wings, two on top of each other on each side. Two on the left, two on the right. Right? So when they fly, and when you hear the sound of it, it buzzed like a bunch of locusts.
Yep.
It buzzed like a bunch of grasshoppers.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
And unto them was given power, as the scorpions of the earth have power.
So they was given unto them power, as the scorpions of the earth have power. How do the scorpions have power? They're stinger over their head. They do what? They launch their tail over their head and sting their prey, or in defense to kill whatever's in their way. Go ahead.
God. And after it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree, but
Right.
only those men which have not the seal of God in their foreheads.
So the people that don't have the seal of the Most High in their foreheads, they're going to get destroyed. Go to verse 7.
Oh, that's fire. Verse 7. This is Revelations 9 and 7. And the shapes of the locusts were like unto horses prepared unto battle.
So the shape of the locusts are like unto horses that were prepared to battle. Go ahead.
And on their head were it as it were crowns like gold.
Now you remember how they used to paint their warplanes back then?
Yeah.
World War One, World War Two. They put faces of lions and tigers and different things. Go ahead.
And their faces were as faces of men.
Why did they have the faces of men? Because in that plane, you seen the pilot flying the plane. We see it on the movies. A lot of us wasn't born then, but we see it on the movies.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. We see it in museums. Go ahead.
And they had hair as the hair of women.
What was that hair that they said they had faces, and then they had the hair of a woman? When they would fly those planes, and you'll see the old World War One, World War Two movies, what did you see?
They had long hair.
What did they always wear? They wore a scarf on their neck, and what it did, it flapped in the breeze. It's like the hair of a woman. Go ahead.
Yeah. And their teeth were as teeth of lions.
That's when they would draw and paint the faces of the animals on the front of their planes. Go ahead.
Let me see. Sorry. And they had breastplates. Okay, and they had breastplates as it were breastplates of iron.
Go ahead.
Hey, Shalaki, what's just the one that just tried to call me? So I wonder if there's something going on with the stream. Let's check the comments real quick.
Let me see.
Yeah, because she just actually tried to call me. Shalom, there she is. Shalom, click that. It's gonna be crazy. Okay, I didn't see anything from her.
No, she didn't either.
Okay, go ahead. She said mistake. That was a mistake. Slakia. All right. And let me see. Verse 9. And they had breastplates as if they were breastplates of iron.
Good.
And the sound of their wings was as the sounds of chariots of many horses running to battle.
We hear the spinning of the propeller. It sounds like horses running.
Yep.
Good.
And they had tails like unto scorpions.
So they had tails like unto a scorpion. So you had the gunman in the back.
Mm-hmm.
They sat up higher than the plane, and they was able to shoot the enemy plane in front of them. Read on.
And there were stings in their tails.
And there was things in their tails. What were those things? That was their bullets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And their power was to hurt men 5 months.
So they're stinging their tails, and their power was to hurt man. You understand? So this is just showing you all this is just a build up to what's happening. So now we was talking about how the Lord preparing the way in the east, drying up the Euphrates River. Let's get Revelation chapter 19, verse 11 to verse 20, I believe.
Kind of one card.
Wait a minute. Did we finish 2 Ezra 15?
Let's
go back, because we're supposed to go to like the end of the 40s.
Give me a second.
We were reading about the clouds.
Right, give me a second.
So we should be in like 41, 42, something like that.
Yep. Let's start at the okay, Con, we're yep, that's where we left off. 2 Ezra 15 and 40.
Con.
The great and mighty cloud shall be lifted up full of wrath.
Right. Go ahead.
And the star that they may make all the earth afraid.
And the star is going to make all the earth afraid. That star is who? Christ. Let's get Revelation 22. Because now we're gonna read you got it?
Yeah, I'm already there. Where you want me?
The bright morning star.
Bright morning star. Hold on. Bright morning star. Where are my eyes been fixed on me? For without dogs, the bright morning star. Let me see something.
Angel of the Lord testified unto me.
Yeah, it's 20. It's
these
16.
things.
It's 16. Kind of.
Okay, and these things in the churches. That verse. Yeah. Okay, the what?
This is on Revelation 22 and 16. I, Jesus, aka Yahushua, have sent mine angel.
Right, guy. He sent his angel. Go ahead.
To testify unto you these things in the churches.
Right, go ahead.
I am the root and the offspring of David.
So Christ, the Messiah, said he's the root and the offspring of David. Go ahead.
And the bright and morning star.
He's the bright and the morning star. He's that bright morning star. He's that bright star. So let's go back to 2 Ezra 15 and what's that, 40?
Yep, sir. This is 2 Ezra 15 and 40. And it reads, the great and mighty cloud shall be lifted up full of wrath.
So the great and mighty cloud going to be lifted up with wrath, full of wrath. Go ahead.
And the star.
Christ. Go ahead.
That they may make all the earth afraid.
Read on.
And them that dwell therein. And they shall pour out over every high and eminent place a horrible star.
Go ahead.
Fire and hail. And fleeing swords.
Flying swords. Flying.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Swords and many waters. That all the fields may be full, and all the rivers with the abundance of great waters. So
now these waters and these rivers is actually the people coming to fight. Because remember the prophecy was what in Revelation that the great river Euphrates is going to dry up and prepare the way of the kings. Right? Go ahead.
And they shall break down the cities and walls and mountains and hills, trees of the wood and the grass of the meadow and their corn.
Go ahead. So basically, the land is going to be famished.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
And they shall go steadfastly unto Babylon and make her afraid.
So now they're going to fight against Babylon the Great and make her afraid. Go ahead.
And they shall come up, they shall come to her and besiege her. The star and all wrath shall they pour out upon her.
Go ahead.
Then shall the dust and smoke go up unto the heaven. And all that they be about her shall bewail her.
So this full stage war going to go on until the smoke is going to reach up into the highest peak. Go ahead.
And they that remain under her shall do service unto them that have put her in fear.
Good.
And thou, Asia, that are partaker of the hope of Babylon.
So now you got Asia, the partaker of the hope of Babylon. They also had a hand in destroying our people. Go ahead.
And the art the glory of her person.
Good.
Woe be unto thee, thou wretch.
So now, Lord said, whoa, destruction unto you, thou wretch. Go ahead.
Because thou hast made thyself like unto her, and hast decked thy daughters in whoredom.
So they followed after the ways of Babylon the Great, aka America. Go ahead.
That they might please and glory in thy lovers.
So all these things is happening. The Lord is going to bring them all down one by one. Go ahead.
That they might please and glory in thy lovers, which have always desired to commit whoredom with thee.
Go ahead.
Thou hast followed her, that is hated in all her works and inventions.
Yeah, everybody follows Babylon the Great. And guess what? They're going to go down with Babylon the Great, which is America. Hold that, get Revelation 18 and 4.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 18, verse 4. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people.
Actually, start at verse 2.
Con. Revelation chapter 18, verse 2. For all the nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication.
All the nations, as you can see, as we was reading in 2nd Ezra 15, right? It says you had Asia, and you had the other countries, they following after Babylon, right? Go ahead.
For all the nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and
so now all the nations have drunk of the wine, the goodness of Babylon the Great, that they pose as goodness, actually, to the nations, being deceitful. They're drunk of the wine of the wrath of their fornication, of their sins. That wrath is coming from the Most High. Go ahead.
And the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her.
So now the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her. Go ahead.
And the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance.
And the merchants of the earth have grown rich. Go ahead.
Through the abundance of her delicacies.
Go ahead.
And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people.
So he heard another voice in heaven. John the Revelator heard another voice in heaven say, come out of her, my people. Us, the children of Israel. Go ahead.
Come, that ye be not partakers of her sins.
Don't drink the wine of the wrath of Babylon the Great. Don't follow after the customs and the traditions. Go ahead.
That ye receive not of her plagues.
That we don't receive of the plagues of Babylon the Great. Read on.
For her sins have reached unto heaven.
The sins done reached unto heaven. Meaning what? It didn't reach unto the Most High. Go ahead.
And God has remembered her iniquities.
And the Most High remember the sins of America, Babylon the Great, the so-called white man. Go ahead.
Reward her even as she has rewarded you.
The Lord said, now we got to reward her as they rewarded us. Go ahead.
And double unto her, double according to her works.
And pay them back double according to their works. They did evil to us, we got to pay them back double the evil. Now let's go back. Let's stay in Revelation chapter 19. Let's wrap it up. You got anything you want to add?
Nah, man, you've been flowing real good. What the one precept I'm trying to remember is up in it's in Isaiah. Give me a second.
It says what?
Nah, it was saying like he was talking about the swine and it reached up to the nose of the Most High and it burns his nostrils. So I'm trying to remember where that specific one at, but pretty much, just off the top of the head, that's going back into the same analogy of the sins of our enemies have reached up to the heavens. So in the same context, when I was looking at, hold on, let me just get a smell of swine. KJV. Let me see. That is Isaiah. Isaiah 64, 4-5, when it talks about the Israel being rebellious, eating swine's flesh as smoke in his nose, meaning that it burned his nose and it inflamed the Most High, and he brought judgment on us. So in this same type of context, looking at
get it.
Okay, count out of one count. Let me get Isaiah 64. Make sure I ain't losing 19. Okay, Isaiah 64. Isaiah 64. Why am I eyes playing tricks on me? Okay, here it is, Isaiah 64. Hold on. No, I'm sorry, Isaiah 65. One book over. Let me see. All right, let's see. Where am I at? Birds and their noses come out. Okay, all right. This is Isaiah 65 and verse 4, right? No, I'm gonna start at verse 3, right? And this is actually talking about Israel, but it's the same analogy because a lot of times people don't understand that the judgment that we have the judgments that we receive is going to come back on the nation's head to receive those judgments, right? So this is Isaiah 65 and 2. I have spread out my hands all day unto a rebellious people, which walketh in a way that was not good, after their own thoughts, which is, following after the nation. A people that provoketh me to anger continually to my face, that sacrifice in gardens and burneth incense upon the altars of brick. Verse 4, which remain among the graves and lodge in the monuments, which eat swine's flesh, and a broth of abominable things is in their vessels. So when the Most High is telling us to come up out of here, our people, and not to be partakers of our sins and all of this, this is the same warning that the prophet Isaiah gave us prior to the Greek and the Roman empires, which we see in modern times, right? So he says, which eat swine's flesh and broth of abominable things in their vessels, and that's going also back into the nations being drunk off the fornication of America, right? Verse 5, which say, stand by thyself, come not near to me, for I am holier than thou. These are a smoke in my nose, a fire that burns all the day. So the sins of the earth is just like that smell of swine that was burning up the nose of the Most High all day, right? Verse 6, it says, behold, it is written before me, I will not keep silence, but will recompense into their bosoms. So the same way that we receive that judgment as a nation, so shall they.
God.
Generation to generation to generation to generation, like the Most High said, he says he's going to go to war with Amalek from generation to generation to generation. So this is an inevitable war that's going to continue on until Mashiach Yahushua comes back and sets his kingdom up on the earth by taking the crowns of the other kings, right?
God.
So that was what was running in my mind when we was reading that in Revelation.
Con. All praises. Let's go back to 2nd Ezra 15.
2nd Ezra, con. And we're in 2nd Ezra chapter 15, verse 648. Thou hast followed her. Hold on, let me share my screen. Salakia. This is 2nd Ezra 15 and 48. Thou hast followed her that is hated in all her works and inventions, therefore saith Yahweh. Verse 49. I will send plagues upon thee, widowhood, poverty, famine, sword, and pestilence.
So all these things is going to happen when this break out there in what they call the Middle East, God.
To waste thy houses with destruction and death.
All praise be to the Most High. Now let's go to Revelation 19, verse 11 to 20.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to go back and watch this one. You said 11 to 20?
Come on.
All right. This is Revelations 19:11. And it reads, I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse. And he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True.
No, who was that? That was the Messiah, the Mashiach, in future time coming. Go ahead.
And in righteousness he does judge and make war.
He judge and he make war.
Good.
Read on.
His eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns.
So now we know that what? That the whites of Christ's eyes is the flame of fire. Revelation, the first chapter, the 13th verse, 14th verse. Go ahead.
And he had a name written.
Wait, on his head with many crowns. What was those many crowns? What was that symbolizing? That what? He is the King of kings on this earth.
That's right.
Yes, there's other kings on this earth, but at the same time, he is the king over all these other kings.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
And he had a name written that no man knew but he himself.
So at that point in time, he has a name written that nobody knew but him himself. Go ahead.
God, and I was actually thinking about this precept earlier. Verse 13. And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood. And
Read on.
His name is called the Word of Yahweh.
And his name was called the Word of Yahweh, the Word of God. And we know that's who they call Christ, which is Yahweh, because of Revelation, John chapter 1.
God.
Read on.
And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses.
Go ahead.
Clothed in fine linen, white and clean.
Read on.
In verse 15. And out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword, that with it he should smite the nations.
So out of his mouth will go a sharp sword, and with it he shall smite the nations. Go ahead.
And he shall rule them with a rod of iron.
When you ruling something with a rod of iron, you ruling them with what?
Captivity.
A weapon of destruction.
God.
Read on.
And he treadeth the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of Almighty God.
So he treaded the winepress with the fierce and the wrath of the mighty Heavenly Father. He's coming with the anger of the Heavenly Father. What's in a wine press? You pressing grapes, you get the blood out the grapes.
Yep.
You get that red wine.
I was just going to pull it up. Let me see.
So he's going to be treading them like a wine press. So that blood going to be everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
Another one. And he has on his vesture and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
So the name on his thigh written is King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. So there are kings here on this earth. That's why AOC, we fashion the term. Hey, what's up, Lord? How you doing? Shalom. Hey, your body's now. What's good, Lord?
What's going on, Lord? Kind of the one.
Yeah. But a lot of people look down upon us. Why? Because the scriptures tell you that what? They are kings on this earth. The scriptures tell you that we are kings and priests and lords.
Mm-hmm.
But the Messiah, he's the king over all the kings. And he is the Lord over all the lords. What is a lord? A ruler. King is what? A ruler.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Read on.
Kind of the one kind. And I saw an angel standing in the sun, and he cried with a loud voice, saying to all the fowls that fly in the midst of heaven, come and gather yourselves together unto the supper of the great power, the Most High.
So the Lord telling all these nations to come together and come on to the great supper, and they're gonna feed on each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, read on.
And that ye may eat the flesh of kings,
Read on.
and the flesh of captains, and
Read
the
on.
flesh of mighty men, and the flesh of horses, and of them that sit on them, and the flesh of all men, both free and bond, both small and great.
Go ahead.
And I saw the beast and the kings of the earth, and
So
their
he's seen
armies,
the beast. He's seen America and the kings of the earth. Go ahead.
and their armies gathered together to make
And
war
their what?
against him.
And their what?
And their armies gathered together to
And
make war against him.
and this is what we've been reading about. The locusts and all this stuff. Read on. They read that part again. They gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse
And against his army.
and against the heavenly host.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him.
So now even the beast was taken. And the false prophets, these pastors, these preachers, these deacons in them, they was also taken. Go ahead.
That wrought miracles before him.
And they that worked miracles. Putting up these deceiving miracles before people, before countries, before our people. Go ahead.
With which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast.
And them that deceived them, and the ones that received the mark of the beast.
And them that worshipped his image.
And that's a part of the mark of the beast. Because when you read about the mark of the beast, it says you should receive it in your forehead and you should receive it in your hand.
Yep. God.
That mark of the beast that's in your head is that white Jesus.
That's right.
Christianity, being a Muslim, Episcopalian, Seventh-day Adventist, being a holy roller, being a Hare Krishna.
God.
All these things that's contrary to you being a Hebrew Israelite.
That's right.
Read on.
And these both were cast alive into the lake of fire, burning with brimstone.
So they're going to be forever tormented. And they're not going to rise again.
God. God. Verse 21. And the remnant were slain with the sword of him that sat upon the horse.
Right. Read on.
Which sword proceeded out of his mouth. And all the fowls were filled with their flesh.
So now, all this war and destruction going on, and all this is being done by the hand of the Most High.
God. God.
And all this got out of hand because why? Our big brother and earthly king, old King Saul, the very first king of Israel. But that was our fault. Why? Because we wasn't the first nation to have a king. It was the other nations that was round about us. Because why? When you read in Samuel, it says that we asked and we desired for a king like unto the other nations.
Yep. And we'd rather serve that king than the Most High. Come.
And we wanted to serve a king.
Yep.
And the Most High said, word, this is what you want. Hey, you want a king? Careful what you ask for. And then we got King Saul. Saul in the Hebrew, Shiawal, which means hell. And he put hell on us. Shiawal in the Hebrew, Saul, means hell. So this is why the earth is shaking the way it is with turmoil and war.
God. God. God.
And you know it started with Amalek.
God.
Esau did his thing and doing this thing, but the head honcho was who? Amalek.
That's right. God. Con.
But Esau, the so-called white man, going to be destroyed in the end anyway.
Con. And that even goes back to King Herod. He was an Idumean.
Right.
You know, he was
Right.
an Edomite, and during that time of Christ, that's who was ruling Jerusalem. You know, set up by the Roman leadership and all of that. And at that same time, like when we were talking about Second Kings, I remember we were dealing with Second Kings about how the Gentiles got into the land and all of that, and then they were being smoked by all the animals, and we had to send one of the Levitical priests to show them how to sacrifice and live in that land, which goes back to what I brought up earlier.
Right.
Again.
Second Kings 17 chapter. Come.
Yeah, and it goes right back to where the scripture was saying that Israel has kept thy precepts, but the heathen never did.
Right.
And that's why that judgment is coming upon them, because they had an opportunity, because the Most High used them to make us jealous, and they were shown the way. And they still didn't want to do what the Most High required of them to be in that land, and that's why we see everything that's playing out as well. Good.
All praises. You got anything else you want to bring out?
Yeah. And this is just for us, because we know all of these things are going to play out, right? And we understand that to get up out of this captivity, because America is never going to let us go, that we need Yahweh Shai to come through and kick off, finish up the war to get us delivered, right? So I just wanted to close out with 2nd Esdras, chapter 6, verse 9. Because we talked about in Genesis 25 the beginning of Jacob and Esau, and the one people shall be stronger than the other, and one shall rule over the other. But we understand that Esau was blessed with the sword, and right now what we're seeing, he's walking in his inheritance, but that is only for a short time, right? So we're in the book of 2nd Esdras, chapter 6, and I want to start at verse 7. This is 2nd Esdras chapter 6, verse 7. Then answered I and said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times? Remember, we've been hearing so long that it's the end of the world. You know, our grandparents, our great parents been warning us that the end of the world is coming here in the last days. And just for the record, the end of the world is when a ruling empire falls and another one rises up. We've seen it with the Persian and Medes. We've seen it with the Greeks. We've seen it with the Romans. We see it now to this day, the extension of the Roman Empire. So they have been rulership for a period of time, right? So it says, again, then I answered and I said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times? Or when shall be the end of the first and the beginning of it that followeth? So right now, this has been the white man's empire for many, many moons and many, many generations, right? But this was all biblical prophecy going back to Genesis 25. And in verse 8, it says, and he said unto him, from Abraham unto Jacob, Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau. That was representing the struggle for the inheritance and the covenant that the Most High was going to give to one of those children, right? That's why what was symbolic was that Esau was going to lead, but eventually Jacob, who was holding his heel, was going to be the one to pull him down, right?
Sure.
And the reason
let everybody know where you at again. Everybody, make sure y'all write this scripture down.
Right, we're in the book of Second Esdras, chapter 6, and I started at verse 7, and I just read verse 8, where it talks about and he said unto him, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him. Make sure y'all reference Genesis 25 as your precept on this, right? Because it's going right back to Genesis, right? Because remember when they were born, Esau came out, and Jacob was holding his heel, right? So it reads, Jacob hand held first the heel of Esau, verse 9. For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. So once this great World War III goes down, and Hamashiach Yahushua comes down on that white horse with the rest of the angels and the chariots, that's going to be the end of Esau's world. Wiped from the face of the earth. And then guess what happens? We get to ascend back into our righteous place as the righteous kings and priests of this earth, where the other nations are going to be grabbing onto the him or him that is a Jew and asking us to show them how to serve the Most High. That's when we're going to become a light to the other nations. For one, they're going to be in fear. It's going to be death and destruction, but also it's going to be their submissiveness to see that we have the power. Because remember, Israel means Israel means power with God. Jacob had power with the Father.
Yeah.
And that's what we're saying. Go ahead.
Israel. Yasser Allah. Yah, he, Shar, Prince, Allah, power. He is Prince of Power.
Prince of Power, Khan out of one, Slakia. Yep, and that's what we're ready to walk into. So y'all keep paying attention to what's going on. These times are very important, but don't lose faith and stay grounded. And you know what? Actually, I do want to bring something out real quick for brothers and sisters who may not have a home or a place of fellowship, right? Like we got the Passover coming up right now, right? And a lot of people, they're individualites or socialites and things like that. So what I wanted to do is just read something out of Sirach 44 real quick, right? And this is one of the reasons why I am an ambassador of Christ. I bow my head to the general and all the chief priests and the brothers like that who were set up before me to help guide us spiritually and to build us up, right? So in Sirach 44, it reads in verse 1, "Let us praise famous men and our fathers that begot us. The Lord has wrought great glory by them through his great power from the beginning. Such as he did bear rule in their kingdoms, men renowned for their power, giving counsel by their understandings and declaring prophecies." This is what Chief Priest Shar just did. He just gave us counsel by his understanding and breaking down the prophecies, right? Verse 4, it reads, "Leaders of the people by their counsels and learning meat for the people." Meaning that a lot of us that in the Christian church, man, we're so stuck on that milk. They're not giving us the meat. They're not giving us the proper understanding. And this is what our leaders are doing over here in the nation of Israel. Specifically, I'm talking about the house of General Hashar under the house of Yahweh Shai, under the house of Yahweh, which is the ambassadors of Christ, right? It says, "Leaders of the people by their counsels and learning meat for the people, wise and eloquent in their instructions." So these men they are very wise and eloquent in their instructions. And this is what we've been missing in our communities. Because remember, a lot of our elders that we grew up with, they fell down, either sold out to Esau, or they took the bag, or they strung out on drugs. So when you see wise men, you bang down their doors. You sit down at their feet and you listen and you ask questions until you're called upon. This is real important, right? Let me drop down verse 6. It says, "Rich men furnished with ability, living peaceably in their habitations. All these were honored in their generations and were the glory of their times." So right now we're living in a glorious time right now. And it's a beautiful thing. Just like Chief Priest Abban says, right? We're the only nation on the earth that can change our future. We're the only ones that have the power to change our destination. And this is where sitting amongst great men and studying and obtaining their wise counsels and things like that, that's how we continue to grow and manifest this nation that's going to come about when Yahweh Shai returns. And I digress.
John,
you want to check the comments real quick? I know.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. I think I read this. Okay. He says, this is Leonard Judah. He says it's gonna be crazy, like ninjas trying to justify they devil's deals, like I had to pay the bills. He says they're all about to sound like drug dealers. And let me see, Heaven Sent says spared Demona for now. However, they don't believe in a Mashiach. Hey, let me correct that real quick, sister.
Yeah, I was gonna correct that also.
Yeah. Let me break it down to you real quick. My mother learned through the sect of those brothers that came from Demona, right? She learned back in the 70s and the early 80s. So here's the thing. In Demona, you got the so-called Old Testament Israelites. But then you got 3 other communities that are over there within the surrounding miles of these of that demonic area where a lot of those brothers are Messianic, and they do believe in who we call Yahweh Shai. They believe in who we call Christ. So there is a separation. Like all those guys over in Demona are not just all together in total unity, other than accepting the fact that they're all Israelites. But there is different belief systems over there as far as Old Testament Israelites who don't believe in Christ, but they believe in but they also believe in the messianic prophecies. So there is different sects over there, just like in America. And that's how I was able to keep up with a lot of the information about what's going on over there through the contacts that I had with the brothers that stayed in Chicago, and then our contacts over there. So again, the Old Testament Israelites, they believe in a Mashiach, but they don't believe in Yahweh Shai like we do. But then there are 3 other communities that do believe in the Messiah. And maybe in the future, I can do a little short lesson on that as well.
Yeah. Also, to add to that, not only that that is just our people that is just in Demona only, they don't believe in Hamashiach, Yahweh Shai. You know, you got a lot of Israelites in other regions over there that even moved into Demona also. You got some that moved out.
Yeah.
You just remember, we just gotta keep the mentality that, remember, Israel is everywhere. We're scattered throughout the 4 corners of the earth, but that's what the scripture says. And the scriptures also let us know we know in part and we prophesy in part.
Good.
So
I'll actually have those cities, because I actually got them written down somewhere. I believe there's one in Ashdod or something like that, and then there's a community in Ashdod. And those brothers, if I recall correctly, when they're in Chicago, we met up with them. And I got the pictures, but those guys, I believe that they are Messianic. And then you got 2 other communities. I can't think of them off the top of my names, but yeah. And just to give you a little insight of it, there are some over there that are 100% vegans.
Yeah.
And then you got a sect of them that actually are meat eaters, but they don't eat as much meat as we do over in America. And you can actually see the difference when I saw the difference with the brothers. They were over there, they were vegans versus the ones that stayed in America that were heavy meat eaters and all that. I could see the difference in their skin tone, the clarity of their skin, the glow of their skin versus those who were like heavy, meat eaters, where you saw all the bumps and all of that and the acne and all of that different stuff coming out of older men, So I'm not saying preaching about being a vegan or anything, but these are the different things that I've experienced by just dealing with that community and all of that and learning them brothers. And let's see, Wanda said, what a day it will be. God, and Sister Iscari Princess, she says, Khan, sister. And then let me see, Mother Dahlia Kadash says, great class, brothers. I miss you, brothers, the water for obedience, intelligent teaching. Hallelujah. Call hallelujah. All praise to the Most High, Sister Dahlia Kadash.
All praises. Much love to the family.
Sister Wanda, you almost got 3.5 hours, sisters. 3.5.
Right?
Yeah. We surely shut down before 2 hours or somewhere around the room. You got 3 today, sister. That was for love.
The spirit was moving on us. All praises.
Good.
Hey, I got one more boomerang for you, Wanda. Got one more scripture. Get 1 Corinthians chapter 15.
Good.
Start at 50 to 52.
You say 1 Corinthians 15?
Con.
And start
50 to 52.
50 to 52, kind of the one cut.
Right. Because now remember, it's going to come to a point where the Most High going to change us. Not only change us out of this physical body, He's going to change us mentally also. But we're going to start being changed mentally first. And then the physical change is going to come into the spiritual bodies.
Hey, did you see what she just said? That's all. We almost got 4 last night. Okay.
Say it again.
You see what she just said? She trying to sass us. She says, that's all. She said, that's all? We got almost 4 hours last night. Yeah, that class. Yeah, it was 3 hours.
Yeah. Chief Priest of Bun. Oh, yes. The greatest storyteller of all times, of course.
God, he's very methodical. Yeah.
Oh, yes. He's an awesome teacher.
Yeah,
See, is the classroom teacher of classroom teachers.
Done.
And he knows how to teach a class.
Done.
Me, I'm just winging it. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. But yeah. But Chief Priest Abun Ariel, Chief Priest Kazak,
Yeah.
and Lieutenant Yediah, yeah, they know how to teach a class.
Done.
Them brothers are them priests and them kings and lords. They're great classroom teachers. Excellent.
Done.
And only if I just had that longevity to stretch a class and let it last, my brain just can't do it.
Hey, Chief Priest, we can make a 5-hour class work.
Oh yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can do it.
We can, but I'm gonna need a lot of help because you know me, my brain goes straight to the point.
Yeah,
My brain goes straight to the point. So having 11,000 scriptures and I give you all the, I'll give you the scriptures. Yeah, here you go. This is why, and all right, that's it.
Come.
Next class. So yeah. So let's take a look at this right here.
All right, this is our 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 50. Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of Yahweh.
So we can't get into the kingdom of the Most High in these flesh and blood bodies because these bodies are defiled.
God.
We can't. One brother sick with cancer. One sister got one lung. You got the children. They're destroyed in the mind because of the things that's on TV and in the music. Just saying these things for example, right? So we can't get into the kingdom in this flesh and blood estate.
God.
Only one person that was able to conquer that was who? The Messiah, Yahushua. Read on.
God. This is our 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 50. Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God. Neither does corruption inherit incorruption.
So neither corruption inherit incorruption. Go ahead.
Behold, I show you a mystery.
So now Paul said, I'll show you this mystery. Go ahead.
We shall not all sleep.
Meaning that what we all are not gonna die in these last days.
Good.
Read on.
But we shall be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump.
So now, we're in that moment, and in a twinkling of an eye, just in a blink of an eye, just a little sparkle in your eye, at the last trump. Read on.
For the trumpet shall sound.
And the trumpet is going to sound in the last days. Go ahead.
And the dead shall be raised incorruptible.
So the dead is going to be raised incorruptible. You're going to have Israelites that know they Israel, but they might not believe in Yahushua.
Oh.
You got Israelites that don't believe in Yahushua, but they don't believe in Yahushua as the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. They might not believe in him as the Messiah, but you have a lot of them that believe him as a war general. He was one of the prophets, but they're going to be, a lot of them will be changed and put on this incorruptibleness and believe in the Messiah in the last days. You understand? You got a lot of our people that's going to just wake up from the dead, period, being a drug dealer, being a drug addict,
Mm-hmm. Ezekiel
Being a
37.
child molester, pedophile, being
Mm-hmm.
a homosexual, being a lesbian, being a part-time lesbian, being a part-time homosexual. All these things is gonna a lot of my people is gonna wake up at the last minute
Con.
and put on the incorruption.
Mm-hmm. Con. Con.
Go ahead, read on.
And the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. Verse
And
2.
you in these last days we're gonna be changed.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't count them on out. We can't talk about let them drop bombs on Demoto. We can't say that. We can't think like that because if that's the case, the bombs should drop right on your own damn head.
Yep.
That's for anybody that think like that.
Right. And then for
Because the
those
scripture
who
says we know in part and we prophesy in part.
God and Chief Priest, yeah, if people are wishing that in their heart and all that with that, all that type of hatred, what if that Most High's judgment turns around and hits your house?
Right. Because remember, they working with what they know. They working with what they got.
Mm-hmm. God, and the Most High still woke them up to the fact that they're Israelites and they're no longer dead to the lost identity.
Right.
And some of them guys are more stricter about the laws than we are. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
1 Corinthians 13:9.
This is the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 9. For we know in part and we prophesy in part.
So see, Paul said we know in part, we know partly, and we prophesy in part. So now one man know every single scripture. No one has every single breakdown. One school should be bashing the next school. This is not the way of the Messiah. This is not the way of the Mashiach.
And we got to put them childish things away.
Come.
Yeah. And you know what? That was one of the things that I usually talk to you about. Is like, man, with me being from Chicago and being part of One West and seeing both sides of Israel and all of that, and seeing two of the largest communities, I see the same thing. Ain't nothing too much different on the other side. The issues that we deal with on our end, brothers deal with it on the other side as well.
Come.
The Most High is bringing them same judgments and them same trials and tribulations together, and we have to come together as a people. Like, interesting, this brother made this post yesterday, and I won't lie, me, Mikael, a few other brothers, I didn't take it the wrong way. I just didn't know what his angle was, but he was saying something along the lines is, well, fringes are not our culture, but wickedness has been the largest influence of our culture. So then, everybody get with the Twitter fingers and all that, the type of fingers about the precepts and all of that. I'm going into the Isaiah and all of that. But then the brother, he dropped a video, and I had to take a step back and think about what he was saying. He was like, I'm not telling y'all not to wear fringes. I'm not telling you you have to. I'm not telling you you don't. If you wear them, that's part of the commandments. But what I'm talking about is that our culture in America and where our people are scattered has been so much influenced and rooted in wickedness that we exercise the wicked acts 10 times before we even rehearse the righteous acts. And I had to take a step back and think about that for a minute. And I know the brother's going to drop a class on that, but I had to sit back and think about that. I'm like, you know what, brother, I totally misunderstood that. And he's one of my brothers from Chicago, but I know he's from the one school where they don't wear fringes, but now all of a sudden they are wearing fringes now. And I just thank the Most High that for the influence of my elders and my teachers over at One West, and the fact that I'm right here back in the land, that brothers and sisters right out of Chicago are ordering their fringes and tassels.
Right.
My wife, and they're starting to keep Purim, which was something. And guess what? When we did that Purim with the brothers in Indiana, guess what? It's been taken up. They've been keeping Purim every year since.
All praises, all praises.
Yeah, that was
all praises to the Most High.
Right. So when we cross them bridges and we share that information with each other, not to be doctrinally beating each other up, but to share and learn from each other to understand brothers' positions and all that. It brings more understanding and more unity as we're not trying to up one each other, because like the scripture just read in 1 Corinthians 13:9, for we know in part and we prophesy in part. So we have to stop being so harsh in regards to judging our brothers and sisters who may not share the same views or come out of the same background as we did, you know?
Right. Let's look at Joel 2:13.
Joel 2 and 13.
Because right, Joel 2:13. Because brothers and sisters, they fighting about fringes. Oh, you got your fringes. Where your fringes at? You walk up to a brother and say shalom, and they looking at you like, yo, where your fringes?
Right. Hey, and you know what he preached? The brother Mikael, man, he cut some brothers in Chicago. He said, man, y'all always banging on our brothers and sisters from West wearing y'all fringes. How come y'all ain't being honest about the fact that y'all wearing y'all spiritual fringes, talking about John 8, John 14:2, and 1 Peter this and 1 Peter that, or Psalms 83 or Psalms 145, and you wearing it all over your clothes to work? Those are your spiritual fringes, because you're reminding yourself by having them on your clothes and it being a beacon for everyone else around you to be able to see.
Right.
Which is the same thing as us wearing our fringes, you know? Same thing. You know what I mean? Same mentality.
Now, I don't argue with Israelites or anybody about, not wearing fringes, wear your fringes, or whatever, so forth and so on. Because I know how the paradox go. Now, let's read Joel 2:13.
Kind out of one kind. This is the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 13. And it reads, and rent your heart and not your garments.
So now, Joel said, rend your heart and not your garment. So now it's about your heart, your mind.
Mm-hmm.
How you living in your mind? Are you following the laws and the commandments of the Most High in your mind?
Good.
Rend your heart and not your garment. So now, right? Read on.
Rent your heart and not your garments, and turn unto the Most High your power, for he is gracious and merciful.
So now, turn your mind unto the Heavenly Father, for he is gracious and merciful. When we're not saying don't wear fringes. Mm-hmm. We're not saying you don't have to.
Good.
That's not what's being said. That's not what's being taught.
La.
Read on.
For he is gracious and merciful, slow to anger, and of great kindness.
So now, let's look at Numbers 15. Now let's look at the law of fringes. You got it?
Yep, I got it. I'm going to share the tab. This is Numbers 15 and 37. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments.
Right, make fringes on the border of their garments. Mm-hmm. Where now to show you how so wrong Israelites are, it says make fringes upon the borders of your garments. Mm-hmm. What is your garment? There's 13 people here viewing. This is a question. Now here we go. I like to call it class participation. One word. What is your garment? Because
let me see what we got.
Israelites get it so twisted and wrong. What is garment? What is your garment?
Sister Wanna answered.
Okay. Anybody else?
Don't be scared now. Yep. We got Sister Dahlia Kadash. Come. She wrote your heart and your mind, your head.
Okay. But now we're talking about the physical garment. Now, what is the garment that's talking about now? Your attire, there you go. Now it's your attire, your clothing. Now, what are the borders of your clothing? Your clothing, your seams.
Mm-hmm.
So now, just because you got fringes on a t-shirt, that why it's not on the pants? Why it's not on the borders of the dresses or at where the seams are?
Yep. Yep. I got a brother
Read on.
that does that. I got a brother who wears them on the seam of his pants. And I asked him
Right.
about them like 8 years ago, and he broke it down to me that way. Yep. He says,
and that's why the heads in One West, Marshall, Ariel, Yaqub, Lahab, Yeshaya, Shaw, Kazak, that's why they always wore fringes on across the chest a lot of times, on the arms of the jacket or the shirts, across the back, and down the side, down the seams of their pants, because basically they was doing what the Lord was saying. But now let's get technical. Read on.
God, speak unto the children of Israel and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations.
Go ahead.
And that they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribbon of blue.
So they put upon the fringe the ribbon of blue. Go ahead.
And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it and remember all the commandments of the Most High and do them.
Now, to read that part again, about in the middle.
Okay.
Before the generations.
And that they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribbon of blue.
Next verse.
And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it and remember all the commandments of the Most High.
So now you're supposed to look upon the fringe, each fringe, and remember the commandments of the Most High. There's 613 laws and commandments of the Most High. Now, if you want to be technical, do anybody count the fringes on their garment to make sure they got 613 for each commandment?
No.
No, they don't.
God.
You got Israelites that can't even recite 613 commandments. How can a man keep all 613 commandments? He can't.
He can't.
Because the 613 commandments is not for the physical man. 613 commandments is not for the physical woman. Why? Because you have the law of cleanliness and separation. A man can't keep the law of a woman that's having her cycle. He can't. He don't get put apart for 7 days after his cycle. After the cycle, he don't. But she does. Tell you about when she's in her flowers. Can a man be in his flowers? No. So there's certain laws that are designed for women, and there's certain laws that are designed for men, and you have laws that are designed for both the man and the woman. So brothers and sisters, we just be wilding and being a bunch of recluses about, you don't got no fringes on, you don't got no fringes on. And they can't even recite 25 laws. Let's go outside the 10 Commandments. They can't even recite 25 laws.
Yep, and want to judge you by the letter of the law and the book and beat you upside your head with it. Yep. Yep. I definitely experienced that when I first woke up.
Come on, let's get Deuteronomy 22 and 12.
Did you want me to finish out 39?
No, you don't got to.
Okay. And you say Deuteronomy what? 14?
22 and 12.
Okay, kind of the one. Yeah. This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 22, verse 12. Thou shalt make thee fringes upon the four quarters of thy vesture.
Now, it says you should make the fringes upon the four quarters of thy vesture. Read it in Hebrew. It says tazayath, which means cord.
Mm-hmm.
So those are cords they're supposed to be.
Con.
I got my fringes on. No, you got leather on. Scripture says cords. Not saying anything wrong with it. Scripture says we're to rehearse the righteous act. So, but when Israel wanted to be petty and just so they got one up on their brother or sister, or because they're in a different congregation, this thing can go into a whole different level.
Because you know what, we can actually see similar writings over in Isaiah like 54 and 2, where it says, enlarge the place of thy tent and let them stretch forth the curtains of thine habitation, spare not, lengthen thy cords, which are where it says lengthen thy cords. When I looked that up the other day, just to confirm, that's talking about your fringes, your tassels.
Right.
And we can also see this in the temple, and we can also see that also in writings in regards to the curtains that I was struggling to remember the scripture, but there's a scripture where it talks about the Most High, his garment drags like curtains across the floor of the kingdom. And at the bottom of that garment, you see the same thing, that word cord, which is fringes or tassels.
Right. Now check this out. Look at Deuteronomy 22 and 11.
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 11. Thou shalt not wear a garment of diverse sorts, as of woolen and linen together.
We ain't supposed to be wearing garments with mixed materials.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if you want to be technical, cat got on a polyester garment with or a polyester shirt with cotton fringes sewed on it. That's mixing the materials. So, brother, Israelites just gotta stop this foolishness.
God.
Where's your fringes? You don't got no fringes, brother.
Where's your fringes, sister? Sister. Why you think you lying to me?
That's crazy.
But you know what?
This conversation yesterday. I
Say that again.
Yeah, me and Mikael and some of the brothers was having that same conversation just yesterday about when you like, and I'm not camp banging or anything because that's not my nature, but in front of sub camps, when you go ask them questions and some of the questions can't be answered, then the first thing they do is where your fringes at? Where your fringes at?
Exactly.
Or where your beard at? Well, wait a minute. You're talking about our people that are still in the valley of dry bones. So for you to deflect instead of answering the brother's question and asking him where his fringes are to one him, that's off. To all of a sudden,
right.
Instead of dealing with the brother in a brotherly manner, hey, brother, you ain't keeping the laws of the beard and you're shaving your beard and all that. You wicked as hell. You don't love the Lord and the fear of the Lord. No, brother, our place is go out there and educate them, to teach them these things, and to plant a seed in their heart that another man may come along and water it, or they make haste with the understanding when we give it to them. Not all of us, right. like think about it, man. The scripture says, come ye as little children. What are little children? They hard-headed. They hard-headed, especially them terrible 2s to 4. It's some frustrating times, but that's the same spirit of patience and understanding and of teaching and long-suffering that we're supposed to have with our brothers and sisters. Not going out there every time we have a conversation trying to chop somebody's head off. Hey, I cut them up with the precepts. Nah, bro. That's not what the Most High want us doing all the time. You know, that's all.
You talking about wearing fringes in bordeaux blue. Now, if you check this out, brothers and sisters walking around with fringes on, one sister running around committing adultery like they ain't no tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Another brother running around, he the biggest whoremonger ever.
Mm-hmm.
But they walk around with fringes on.
Mm-hmm.
Fringes on, headband on, Monday to Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Shield of
And
David over
they walk fringes dragging the ground. They got ZZs on with the fringes.
Mm-hmm.
And he's smoking a cigarette.
Come.
Sister, I know you married to so and so, but you just had a baby for so and so? Brother, I know that brother's wife. Why are you sitting there with that man's wife in your arms?
Yep.
1986, 1987, 1988, even in the 90s.
Yep.
Saturday nights, brothers was in clubs with garments on.
Mm-hmm.
Brothers was in the clubs with garments on.
Mm-hmm.
How do I know? My pops was one of them. Brothers was running from Bentleys to all them clubs downtown. And guess what? My father met my fourth sister, no, my third sister with fringes, studs, and a Bible in his hand in the middle of the club in Bentleys. And then there was my third sister. So yeah, fringes and border blue don't save you. No. That's why the scripture says, rend your heart, your mind. Rend your heart, not your garment. You worried about why are you looking around another brother's waist? You looking around his Johnsons to see if he got fringes on.
You know what that remind me of, Chief Priest? It remind me back in the day when we were all in school, and there would be all the kids coming to school with the brand new shoes on, and then all of a sudden it's a kid who, obviously he doesn't have what everybody else's family is, and now everybody's pointing the finger, laughing and mocking him. What are those on your feet? Look at his shoes.
Oh yeah. What are those?
What are those? You know, and when you really think about it, it's the same spirit. It's the same spirit from the world. Sister Dada Kadash says, what if they don't have the money? I say, what if they don't have the money to get the fringes? They don't look at that. Very true, sister. That's very true.
Right, and that's where rend your heart, not your garment, come in.
Con. And what we used to do we still do it at my house. You know, when I meet brothers and sisters that come around and they're learning the truth and they studying and they want a fellowship and all of that, me and my wife would go ahead and bless them with their first or second pair of tassels. And fringes, we try to hook them up. And now it's like as I was mentioning earlier with the different sects in Chicago, you're getting a lot of brothers and sisters that are now ordering consistently. They're asking about it. They're asking for different designs and things of that nature. And these were people that were keeping the commandments without wearing fringes. But now, because of relationship building and that cross collaboration between brothers and all of that, removing that wall of division that Yahushua tried to set up to remove when he was walking the earth, that wall of perdition, that separation between us. And that's the spirit that brothers and sisters ought to be moving in,
Right.
And also for the record, Wanda, it's 3 hours and 53 seconds, so we did a longer class. Yeah, but Sister Wanda said, oh, sisters be doing that too, asking about fringes. Yeah, that's being over righteous. You're not supposed to be condemning your brothers and sisters, man.
Right.
You're supposed to be extending that olive branch out like Yahushua did to us, to return back to the Father. Same spirit. Let me see. Z's. Yep.
Right.
Z's. Yep.
Get on Matthew 23, verse 1.
Matthew 23 and 1. Count out of one. This is the book.
Remember, we're not nowhere near saying that you get down. She came out of nowhere. I thought you were asleep.
Yeah, I couldn't.
The dog.
Yeah, the puppy. Yeah.
Yeah. So now, what you call it? I ain't gonna lie. I'm one of the ones You gonna catch me without fringes on, and I want you to say something to me.
Give me a second. That's your boy. Give me a second. Hey, out of one, we still in class, bro. Yeah, we still online teaching.
Yeah. So you get brothers and sisters that are like that. And this is the things that the Pharisees did. This is the things that the Pharisees did. Trying to burden you with the laws and the commandments. Not saying that the laws and the commandments is a burden. They be ready to stand over you with a stone like, are you keeping the commandments? Are you you know, so and that's the same spirit that our brothers and sisters have now. Let's get that. Matthew 23, verse 1.
Cut out of one. Let me go ahead and share my screen again. All right, cut. This is the book of Matthew, chapter 23, verse 1. Then spake Yahushua to the multitude and to his disciples, saying,
Yeah.
the scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat.
So now the scribes and the Pharisees, they sit in Moses' seat. What do you mean? How they sit in Moses' seat? They sitting in the judging seat.
Cut.
So the scribes and the Pharisees, they sit in Moses' seat. And that's why John the Baptist didn't want to have nothing to do with it. That's why he went off into the wilderness. Because why? John the Baptist belonged to the Hasmonean dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
And the Hasmoneans go all the way back to the children of Aaron. Moses and Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
All therefore, whatsoever they bid you, observe.
So anything the Pharisees told us to do, the Hamashiach Yahushua told us, whatever they bid us to do, they tell us to do them. Because why? They were telling us to do things according to the law. Read on.
That observe and do, but do not ye after their works.
But don't do the things that they do. That's what that saying comes in. Do as the Pharisees say and not as they do. That's where that comes from. Read on.
For they say and do not.
Well, they say to do this and do that, but they don't follow it themselves. Read on.
For they bind heavy burdens and grievous to be borne.
So they bind heavy burdens on you, and it's hard for you to carry. They know that you're impoverished or whatever, but they're trying to make you bring your all to the temple for your sacrifice. Read on.
And it says grievous to be born. So just think about it, family. When we're coming into this truth, we're being reborn again, right? So if people are trying to be reborn and then you throw all these heavy burdens on it, it does become grievous to their soul. And that's why the scriptures talks about scattering the sheep and scattering and hurting the little ones. We got to be careful with it.
And this right here where it says the grievous to be born, B-O-R-N-E, with the E at the end, that means to carry.
Yep. And lay them on men's shoulders.
Good, read on.
But they themselves will not move them with one of their fingers.
So they put all them heavy burdens on you, and they won't take one finger to try to help you. Lighten the load. Show you a different way to do something. Read on.
Verse 5. But all of their works they do for it to be seen of men.
So all the things that the Pharisees do, all their works is to be the seen of everybody, to be seen of men. Read on.
And they make broad their phylacteries. And
so now the phylacteries were small boxes that they carried a portion of the loin.
Mm-hmm.
So now you ever see that with Amalek, they have this box on their wrist and it's wound with bands on it.
Yeah, come.
And it's on the arms. That's what that is. That's the phylacteries. They carry the loin there. Go ahead.
And enlarge the borders of their garments.
And they enlarged it, and then now they enlarged it. They got super-sized border blues, super long fringes dragging the ground. all is to be seen of everybody, to be seen of men. Go ahead.
And the love the uppermost rooms at the feast and the
Right.
chief seats in the synagogues.
Right. They want to be they want to be seen of everybody. They want the chief seats. They want to sit high. They want to sit high up above everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
And verse 7, and greetings in the markets, and to be called of men, Rabbi, Rabbi.
So they want to, and the greetings in the market. They want to be saluted by everybody. They want to be known by everybody, and to be called we call of men Rabbi, Rabbi, meaning Rabbi goes back to what, to the Aramaic, which means master.
And think about it. That's what the people do with the Pope.
Right.
Man, the scriptures don't lie.
Right. Let's get one more verse. Go ahead.
Verse 8. But be not ye called Rabbi, for one is your master, even Hamashiach Yahushai, and all ye are brethren.
Right. We all brothers. We all brothers. So they call no man master.
Mm-hmm.
One is your master, even Yahushua Christ. He's our master.
Right, because let me read verse 12 real quick, right? And whosoever shall exalt himself shall be abased, and he that humble himself shall be exalted. Yeah, a lot of humility that we got to put on, man.
Yeah. Come on. Let's see what Wonder Woman says. She said, my ZZs fall off all the time. I lost two so many times you won't see me in them. All of my clothing don't have fringes for different reasons. Come. She said, Yahweh said, be ye therefore wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. Yeah.
God and Kazak said, Kazak Rakah said, I thought fringes was to remind me to keep the law. God, other one, it is. God.
Wait, what you said? Where's that?
That was our chief priest on Kazak Rakah. He says, I thought fringes was to remind me to keep the law.
God.
Yeah, God.
Very, very much so.
No arguments here. I love my fringes and tassels, my ZCs. I love them. And you know what? I was one of them brothers, man, when I first came in this walk and, understanding about the fringes and the ZZs, brother, I go to sleep on my fringes. I wake up in the fringes, take a shower and all of that, change clothes, put on a new set of fringes, got them on at work in the workplace. And then when I started working in the trucking terminal and looking at the different machinery, I realized how dangerous.
How dangerous that is. Come.
My tassel can get caught up in one of the machines and snatch me up in there. So I had to use a little wisdom in regards to that, I still wear them up on my shirt, but I might have the old shirt that's a little shrinked up with the fringes on it under my clothes. But for the most part, if I'm working around heavy machinery and all of that, I'm not going to put them on because I don't think that's what the Most High designed the fringes for us to get injured or to kill ourselves or to maim or lose heavy parts, So it's got to
rend your heart, not your garment. Come.
Yeah, come. Yeah. And wait. Hold on. This brother said,
and all these super brews and all these sister brews to worrying about if you got a fringes on walking around and it says put on fringes on all your garments. How come you don't got fringes on your damn pajamas?
That's right. Somebody asked that too.
Huh?
The one said you had fringes on your pajamas. Nah, these were just t-shirts, sister. These were, like one of like.
Oh
like
shoot, I ain't even see that.
Yeah. Just say if I had a black t-shirt with fringes on them and all of that, not one of the calf shirts, but just one of my ones to be lawful and all of that. I go to bed with it on. Had that covering through the night, wake up with it. So, that was the mentality when that's how it was taught. Because a lot of brothers, they teach that, oh, brother, you could die without your fringes. The Most High, when he cracked the cloud and he catch you in that strange apparel. Come on, man. He's talking about dressing in drag, scallywag.
Yeah. when the Most High, when Yahweh Shai come back, you gonna start in with strange apparel. Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
yeah.
Trying to get
And the Most High said you ain't supposed to mix materials of diverse sort. So why you got on a leather overthrow garment on with denim jeans on, and you got leather fringes sewn into them.
with a cotton shirt, t-shirt on.
Right.
Yeah. Let me see. This guy wants 1664 says, I got the clip on fringes, and it's hard to keep taking them off and on. Also, I don't wear them at work for various reasons. Yep, and that's the same reasons we agree on.
Huh.
I totally understand.
And then, yo, you know how many? I can go on my drawing and show you how many ZZs I got where the clips is broke because I done snagged it somewhere and
Yep.
Or walking down the street looking like a half-ass Israelite.
Or you got a safety pin to your garments because you don't want to keep wrapping them up in a loop and having them unwrap them. Then all of a sudden you go somewhere and sit down in a restaurant or wherever. All of a sudden you done lost one of your tassels, one of your
right.
ZZ.
So it happens. But I'm just saying, wear your fringes. You border blue much as you can.
Count out of one. I love them.
Come. Yeah, it's gonna happen. There's gonna be times when you ain't gonna happen. And taking the scissors, dicing up the bottom of your shirt, and then gluing a border of blue around it. That don't count as fringes.
Yep, can.
I seen that already. So where your fringes? No, where's yours? Stop playing with
Send them up on the t-shirts and all of that. Yeah, and you know what? There was a cat in my job. And remember we had this conversation.
But you know something. I'm not getting on brothers and sisters that would do that.
Right.
That's just that shows that you have less fortunate brothers and sisters among us.
Right.
But if you do that just to be lazy, it's a different story.
Remember I was telling you about that Israelite that I supervised him and all of that. And the brother used to wear his fringes and all. He had to cut up his t-shirt with the glued on ribbon of blue. And I used to offer the brother, shirts with fringes and ZZs. I was going to give it to him for free, just for the fact that I saw that he was trying to rehearse the righteous action and all of that. But the brother didn't want him, which is fine. He didn't have to accept it. But, it was just awesome to see him in the workplace with them on and trying to keep the righteous acts. And then we had another brother from Chicago who was another driver that I supervised, and he didn't wear fringes. So you got 3 Israelites in the office, 2 with fringes, one with fringes on, with ZZs on, another one with fringes on, and then the other one with the laws in his mind or his fringes on his t-shirt. You know what I mean? So, it all goes hand in hand.
The brother walking around with the laws in his mind. That's the brother I trust.
Right. Yeah, he was a good brother, man. He's a good brother, man. Brother Deontay. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Con, all praises. Oh, that brother. Okay, Con.
Yeah.
All right, so we don't got nothing else. We just here rambling on or whatever. So.
So, Sister Wana, you got the longest class from me and Shaw, 4 hours and 8 minutes and counting. So we did longer than the other ones. You got 4 hours today.
All right. So Wana, don't expect this from me again.
God, Thawada, heaven sent Thawada. And shout out to everybody who tuned in with us, hung out with us for these last 4 hours. Thank you for your patience and endurance. You could have been out there in the world doing wickedness. You could have been watching another channel and all of that, but you guys chose to endure with your brothers at the Ambassadors of Christ. And I just say Thawada, and I give all praise to Abinah Yahweh Hashem Mashiach Yahushua. And I say Barakatham, and salute to all our brothers and sisters out there.
And all praises due to the Most High. I want to say Shalom, peace and blessings. Thawada for the donations of your time, the sacrifices of your time, and of your effort. May the Most High bless and keep each and every one of y'all. Y'all stay strong, stay safe. Wear your fringes.
And you know what? I just realized, T Priest.
Go with that.
we missing our other superstar, Mother Pathia.
Oh, I was texting. I was inboxing with her on Facebook
Okay,
a couple of days ago.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I wonder if she went to go see Mother.
She
Miriam.
probably went to go see Mother Miriam, but she normally catches up on the classes later on when she don't make it.
Kind of one. All right, shalom, family.
All right, shalom, family. Shalom.